to survive is kill. If the elements don't murder you, the riders will for real. And niggas know I go hard to the fullest. Get involved, got 'em playing dodgeball with bullets. Yeah, I got the sawed off fully in the Sean John hoodie. Get fuck you play pussy. We hit 'em up while they looking in the body shots. Put the headshots to him. Damn, and red, bottom, hollow, got him, knock his top to his bottom jack. Yeah, you see we grind from the bottom just to make it to the bottom, at the very bottom of the map. Louisiana piranhas everywhere you at. You gotta weigh an extra condom and an extra gap. You bitch could get it for acting like a man, and niggas in pack could stand and packing like your man. I bet this hand your man on command in front of niggas. He cool with them boys on fan. I'm on hot, I hit just in different climates, stuck in the animal keeper, running with my primates. You ain't did it till you done it like in 5 states. We see hustle, no blubber, I put on weight. And in the drought, I go on a diet and stretch. I lose all that weight, leave a nigga with stretch marks. You don't even come up to a nigga chest, pause up, paw. What the fuck they play that in the club for? Real shit, I'm ducking bombs from a drug. No religion, but the cop swear that I'm a drug lord. Father, forgive them, for they know now who they pushing, Lord. Father, forgive me if I have to send them to your Lord. Father, forgive them, for they know now who they pushing, Lord. Father, forgive me if I have to send them to your Lord. Father, forgive them, for they know now who they pushing, Lord. Father, forgive me if I have to send them to your Lord. I'm just trying to dodge the shots they send to the God. They riding up highway to Heaven Boulevard. Them niggas pussy and jive, not even in the eye exam. They ain't looking for I, the A and the K. Make your face crook to the side. Now smiling, everybody gotta look from the side. Cause wildin', you ain't looking, you just looking high. And when we hungry, you look like pie. Sweet potato ass nigga, you lemon meringue, apple custard, cherry jelly. Don't make me get the biscuit buster. What up, Chisel? You my distant brother. Real shit, same father, different mothers. Yeah, I skip the front end and stick to keeping it trill. You not know me for nothing other. I'm something other than people you feel. I'm deeper for real, deeper than skills. My speeches can rest in peace.
Yeah, the big short is all about one thing, nigga. If you bout money, nigga, come fuck with us. You ain't bout no money, get the fuck from around us, nigga. And whatever you bout, we bout it. However you won't get it, we can give it to you, nigga. All the bitch. The dick, put your press in, nigga. Put your feet down and your nuts on the concrete. Let's roll.
Ay, you sleep in the field for trying to do it. I bust your head to the meat, turn your mind to food for the think. I ain't lying to you. I lie his body in grease, set fire to him. I tie his body in sheets, put the tires to him. Feel it escalate, feeding the blades. Damn, I'm the heating the blaze, and niggas keep they ways when I'm in the streets with Blake. Why? My nigga hungry, he'll eat the plate. And if I ask the homeboy, he'll eat your face. Yeah, and though he got me, you can ask, I'm like a pool table, I keep the A. My side pocket sideways, when I pop it, leave a nigga sideways for 5 days. Birdman talk.
Yeah, nigga, I tell him again, short, if it ain't about
Fuck
no
that.
money,
I'm
get the
coming back, girl.
fuck around me, nigga.
Hey, check my swag, I travel like sound dog. You play hard and I'm gravel like ground dog. I'm underground, call me groundhog. Lay down laws, call me ground law. Don't confuse me with the law, no, but just confuse me with my paw, because I am the Birdman J.R. I ain't trippin', nigga. I play the corner like Ripkin, nigga. With the 40 cal Ripkin, nigga. Ripper, nigga. flip your vehicle, split your windshield. Whack your baby mama, but I'll let the kid live. Whack your baby mama, but I'll let the kid live. Whack your baby mama, but I'll let the kid live. And people say that I am a kid still, cause the little nigga still ride on big wheels. You feelin' animal, then come on and get kicked. Sig pill bandanas like bananas. I'm slight bananas. I blow a weekend in Havana in my cabana with my bottom bitch from Savannah. Man, a train couldn't stop your man. I man up and you not a man. I stand up, say I got my land. I'm the man of my land. Call it Lil Louisiana. That's the new plan.
Yeah, nigga. You bout some money, get at me, nigga. That's the only way. Dumb shit we bout that, get at me. You understand?
Okay, let me get him, baby, I ain't sparing shit. Everybody gotta get it. Every motherfucking car nigga riding in his tenant. They ain't heard nothing from the Carolinas in a minute. Nasty, get on it and ride it till she finish. I get them niggas 10, 20,000, make a spin. Or pull a pistol out, make you holler if you hear me. Some pretty bitches looking out the window say,
they go Trap. He always talk about 2 letters, cross tracks. He say he riding on whoever. Tar Heels, Carolina Blue Devils. We make it rain, blue hunters, new weather. I can't stand them nigga who talk that shit like he gon' shoot better.
Get him, pull out and up it on whoever. Fucking this hoe, she say, I get your boo at her. I'm with this bitch since she 5'7". I got a 5'7". I up this bitch since some shots at him. I let that fire go for real. Come pour some water on me, make me chill. Why you keep looking like that? What's the deal? You ain't get that pussy up, hope be for real. Ain't one of them little niggas you gotta lie to. They can't make you nut back to back the way I do. Listen, I ain't into getting out and getting in my feelings. Told you not to play with my pimpin'. Baby, I ain't doing no motherfucking kissing. Cut off every bitch that don't listen. Ho, starting to think that my whip need a bathroom. Pull up on them niggas and I shit it. Brought the Phantom out, did it for the Carolinas. 5 seats, I'm the only nigga in it. They don't know if I bought it or a nigga went to rent it. She pull a bitch, she swallow all my kids, I can't forget it. Even when a nigga in and out of town, get in my feelings. It be bitches over here, but something about 'em made me miss her. Cold little nigga in the summer need a coat. Cold little bitch, she come and hug me with a throat. Po ass nigga, somewhere asking for a poke. She come and bust it open for the baby, I'm the GOAT. Believe
They go
it.
Trap. Now bring that shit back like a rerun. I told you I was the shit since the big gun Hondas. Matter of fact, drive-bys Nissan. My pockets big like Big Pun. I got a plug out in Asia. He get it to me no matter the season. We serving bad making plays, and if you pull up, you can get you a cheap one. Say zone like I'm Johnny Cage. 4, 5 like I'm Michael J. Add a 2 like I'm Dr. Dre. He not a killer, he killed by mistake. We get it on like I'm Marvin Gaye. We catch a body, then we celebrate. Wish you'd try me, that's another case. We taking shots, no chase. Boom! Checking on me like his Instagram. My nigga popping no person, don't care about the milligram. I see my cousin lose trial. He left the court with a smile like he don't even give a damn. Shooters with me like I'm cutting him. Just took my auntie another gram. No, I ain't one of them. Before the buzz, nigga, I've been through the mud and ain't talking monster jam. Working so hard, no days off. I'm in the streets for real. Used to trap at the days in. I know this shit gon' pay off. Boss like Rick Ross. I used to trap off a net 10. Brand new Glock. Best friend, I'm shooting shit for real. This shit gave your chance in. Kyrie Irving, left hand. They saying.
Background to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Authenticated, David, watching, eat, get, attack, break. Мощь нажатия кнопки. Еще специфность ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
The film record has been heavily censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
Demonstrates the great results of cooperation of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National alert and warning authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you! Yo.
What up, Malibu? What up, Conrad? Do you want to react to interior design or architecture videos? I gotta be honest. Probably later. Not gonna lie, that doesn't sound like the hottest way to start off a stream. Just start watching interior design and architecture videos. Not that I'm not into it. But probably down the line when we're we gotta use the fuel. We've got some fuel right now. I don't know how hot the stream's gonna take off with people start pouring in, and I'm watching stuff about interior design. So At some point, but probably not like right now. Excited for your stream more than any other. Well, I appreciate that. I just like to have fun, you know. Fucking like, there's a lot of other streamers covering certain shit. You can go to PPG's stream right now, and he's probably talking about fucking, you know, how based he thinks China is, and why all these other people are liberals, but he's not, and, you know, and don't get me wrong, it's a good laugh, you know. If I wanted to laugh, I'd go over to PPG's stream. But then you got other people covering like super, super heavy geopolitical shit that I just do not have the intellectual infrastructure to handle. So you ain't gonna get much of that here, but I don't know. I just like having fun. I like talking about shit that's fun. Will you ever go and leg it? Nah, he's never going in there. Conrad's a psyop. He's a rogue agent. He's a rogue agent. Someone in the Jordan Peterson circles released an interesting video. About what? About what? Knowing anything about Jordan Peterson videos, it's probably like fucking at least an hour long. It has to be. That's like the minimum length for a Jordan Peterson commentary video. Did anybody watch the Andrew Wilson debate with the other feminists that's today? He had this chick crying. JP cries a lot. Yeah, what's up, Helgen? I'm just gonna call you Helgen. What's up, Helgen? How you doing? Anybody see the fucking the Andrew Wilson debate with the feminists? Not the one we watched last night. The one that happened today with this chick. I've seen her before on Instagram. I'm gonna see if I can find her account. I think her name is Brewer. Kylie Brewer. I think this is it. Pretty sure this is her. Yeah, this is definitely her. He literally had her crying. She was crying. She stormed off the set multiple times. She claimed she had some kind of medical situation. It was ridiculous, dude. I have it queued up in case we want to watch it, but it's not as long as the one that was last night, and I don't want to like watch it right off the bat because we sat through a lot of Andrew Wilson last night, so I have it up there in case it's like we run out of stuff and bullying girls, dude. It was hilarious. It was hilarious, man. She was literally crying and storming off the set and like going to take breaks and like fucking having a whole meltdown, man. It was awesome. It was awesome. This is her, though. This is her. This is her content. Right here. I'll show you. Let me see. Why the white moderate is dangerous or something? What is this?
About race, it's annoying. I don't see color. I don't care if you're black, white, yellow, or purple. I'm moving my kids to the suburbs. I just don't want... Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with them. I just don't want us to really be around them. There's nothing wrong with separating us. You know, we're still equal. It's just separate. I don't think it's fair what they're doing, but I'm not going to say anything because it benefits me. I didn't support slavery. I didn't own anybody. But I also kind of miss the days when we didn't have to work so hard. I don't think it's right how they're being treated, but also at the same time, God did say that white people have dominion over everyone else. This is how The white moderate has evolved over time from being complicit in the system of slavery to being complicit when and Jim Crow happened to not saying a word when there was segregation to now where we are at. So I don't see color, let's not talk about race, is dangerous because it enables violence. For every white person asking why I make my content, why I'm so obsessed with race, that's why, because not talking about it can lead to complicity. Stop talking about race, it's annoying.
I mean, by that logic, it's like, well, okay, if not talking about it can lead to complicity, can talking about it too much lead to complicity? Is there such thing as talking about it too much? You know? She is, here we go.
Hi, my name is Kylie, and here's what you're going to do if a white person says something racist in front of you and you're also a white person. Your response is going to depend upon 3 factors. Number 1, if there's a power dynamic. Number 2, if you're in any danger. And number 3, if you're in public or private. If there is a power imbalance between you and the person that you are calling out, for instance, if it's a boss or a parent, a person who is older than you, you have to do it in a very gentle, inquisitive, almost playing dumb kind of way. Oh, I didn't understand your comment. Can you explain it to me? And then they'll realize, oh shit, I have to explain that my joke was only funny because it's racist.
My fucking thing was freaking out there for a second. It was, if I didn't change the scene, it was going to drop the stream. Hold on 1 second. Every time, I don't know what's up with that scene. Sometimes it just starts freezing and then OBS freaks out and the stream drops. It's fucking bullshit.
And then they quickly back off, which is a good way to challenge someone who is your superior. The second thing is if you are in any sort of danger. So for instance, if it's someone who genuinely looks like they would be threatening to you, probably like a... In that case, your best bet is to literally just remove yourself from that situation and that person, like, forever, ideally. And if possible, if you notice them saying something that could be dangerous, report them. The final thing is if you are in private, absolutely say something. If they are your peer, go in on them. Explain, say that's not okay. Literally just make it into a full-blown argument because they're going to be really embarrassed that they've been called out in front of their friends. Hi, my name is Kylie, and here's what you're going to do if a...
I mean, her main mistake coming to the fucking debate was... same mistake the other guy made, which was thinking that you could just show up and be perceived as the reasonable one and polite and all this shit. And it's like, this guy, you know, you're debating Andrew Wilson. It's not his first day on the internet. All right. Have you ever seen a debate that he does? Did you know, it's a debate, you know, it's not a discussion. It's not a conversation. It's a fucking debate. So you got to fight fire with fire. She just came in there like, hi, my name's Kylie, and I just want to be really polite and reasonable, and I can't wait to have a great discussion, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you are debating Andrew Wilson. There will be none of that. There will be no politeness. There will be no discussion. Okay? Yeah, this is the girl he debated. Let me see.
Hi, I'm Kylie, and here are the top 5 ways that hatred is passed on in white families. This is definitely a topic that not a lot of white people like to talk about because they prefer to stay race neutral or at least not air their dirty laundry in public, but I do have some things that I want to say. The first way that white people pass on hatred to their kids is literally at the dinner table. I can't even tell you how many times I'd be at another white person's house growing up, and their mom or dad would say something racist and look to their kid like they made a joke and wait for the kid to react. So in that way, the racist remark serves almost as a point of bonding between the parent and the child.
Yeah, what's up, Beldrain?
The second way that it's passed on is in sports, especially if a white family or a white team is playing against a team that is primarily people of color. White people will say racist things. Did you see that defender? She was really aggressive, and other microaggressions that get passed on to the child. The third way is by discouraging their children from being friends with people of color because of certain innate qualities that they may have. Number 4, moving their kids to an all-white suburb. Number 5, praising celebrities and politicians that are racist. Hi, I'm Kylie, and here are the top 5 ways that hatred is passed on in white families. This is...
It was ridiculous. Anyways, that's her. I have it in case we want to watch it later. It was funny. It was funny, man. I was laughing my ass off because I was just like, what did you expect? What did you expect? You know? I think she literally probably just sabotaged herself in order to gain victim points and to go around with to have another notch on her oppression card being like, well, you know, the patriarchy sucks and he proved it, you know, check that box. I'm a fucking victim. No sympathy for her. Yeah, exactly. Eviscerate her. Yeah. It was funny. anyways, that's her. I mean, everything. I mean, and there's other stuff too. Those are just the race videos. There's other stuff too here. But I mean, she says she's a leftist and a feminist and blah blah blah. It's crazy too because like, you know, in her bio, she described herself as a feminist or excuse me, as a leftist, and that's what Brian, the host, the moderator, the host of the Whatever podcast, said about her, and she didn't, refute it at all. But when they asked her if she's a communist, she was like, no. I wouldn't know if I would describe myself as that, but this and then blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, I might not know everything about economics, but I do know that leftists are very particular about who gets left and who gets allowed in the leftist club. Who gets to pass through the velvet rope of leftism is a very gatekept area. Thank you, Veldrain, for not filling in that. Thank you, Veldrain. See, that's what I'm talking about. I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday. Somebody came in. They were the first person in my stream, and we were just talking for a little bit. And I definitely got right-wing vibes right off the bat, which, obviously no problem with that. And I was like, look, I have all kinds of people in my chat. The only thing I really give a shit about is slurs. My chat pops up on the screen. I can't just have fucking slurs all over my screen. So if you could just tone it down on the slurs, and I was like, I was like, I don't care if you're hateful. You can be hateful, but just be funny and edgy and creative about it. Okay, don't just go for the fucking jugular and start dropping slurs in there, please. But thank you, but Veldrain, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I appreciate that you went that route. That was really considerate. So thank you. The biggest cope shit around is that communism was about economics or leftism about economics. You know what? That's what I had a conversation with NOK about this a long time ago because I was using that term kind of with like reckless abandon, and he was like, I don't think that you're using leftist in the right way. He, from his perspective, he considers leftist to be more of an economic term. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I guess I'll just have to go, I don't want to call people libs, I don't want to boomerize myself that much. So I don't know. I don't know. I just thought leftist was like a good catch-all term, but maybe leftist is too far for the broad spectrum of people that I'm talking about. So I don't know, but that's something that NOK and I talked about a while back, and I was like, okay, I'll be a bit more measured about how I use that term. But she describes herself as that. So, when the first thing I think of, the moment that you say leftist, I'm already thinking, left of socialism. Approaching communism. You are now approaching communism island, like that kind of thing. But she did not own the communism label. So I don't know. It's who knows? Who knows who's allowed past the leftist velvet rope anymore? But yeah, a lot of this stuff is like racism and misogyny and patriarchy and blah blah blah. And this is the chick that debated her, debated Andrew Wilson. The cope is because the left has basically achieved all their social goals, so now they want any discussion on it. They don't want any discussion on it. They want to pivot to government health insurance and higher taxes or whatever. Stuff that they care way less about than racism. Possibly. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the memes that you'll see from the left is like, remember, it's not about the culture war. That's a distraction. It's all about the class war, that kind of thing. Class consciousness. And it's like, okay, but if I scroll through all the memes you just posted, it's pretty much about how fucking the conservatards are talking about how the drag queens are grooming everybody, and you're the one posting that, okay? You're the one telling us not to fight the culture war, and yet you're fighting the culture war. It's interesting. I would approve if she described herself as a mixed hammer of sugar potato. Oh, man. All right, what do we got here? A little bit of slop. Not too much. Oh, we'll start off strong. Here we go. Geert Wilders.
and terror.
Let's start off with the Geert. Geert Wilders.
Acknowledge that Islam is an influential ideology that fosters hatred and terror, and as a result is not compatible with the values of the Netherlands. Close our borders right away to asylum seekers and immigrants originating from Islamic countries. We should withdraw from the Schengen Agreement and reintroduce our own border controls. 3. Begin by dismantling Islamic institutions like mosques. Start by closing foreign-funded mosques, including those that receive funding from abroad and are under the authority of Diyanet, the Turkish Ministry of Religious Affairs, and not us. 4. Lock up anyone who threatens or uses violence or deport them from our country, and if necessary, take preventive action against those hundreds of supporters and thousands of sympathizers of the jihadist movement in the Netherlands. And 5, Chairman, request all schools, newspapers, media to display a Mohammed cartoon. In order not to provoke, but to demonstrate that we never give in to threats and violence, and that we proudly and firmly support our freedom. Finally, I have a message for all those Muslims in the Netherlands who do not respect our freedom, our democracy, and our core values. Those who consider the rules of the Quran more important than our secular laws, and there are many of them. 700,000 is revealed in the study by Professor Koopmans. And my message to them is get lost. Depart to an Islamic country. Then you can enjoy Islamic rules. Those are their rules, but not ours. This is our country. Not your country, but our country. Acknowledge that Islam...
Geert. I think that's an older clip. You can't stop the Geert, though. It's never over, right, Conrad? It's never over. There's still time. I do got a couple Germany clips. Here's one right here. I don't know how old this is, though. I can tell like the leaves are falling off the trees, so this is definitely not recent, I don't think. The people have had enough. Germany needs salvation from the plague. Amazing. That's like the German anti-Antifa crowd. The media left is fake. Those how most serious is Zach Half of Maple Takes. Hasanabi Surfs TV here on Twitch. I don't know Surfs that well. I've only watched like 1 or 2 Surfs videos, but I remember when I was watching one of them, Casey came in here and he was like, ugh. I think the guy's name is Lance or something like that. He was like, oh no, not this guy. I guess people don't like that guy. I don't know if he's like a leftist or if he's just more like a Prague Demsock kind of guy. I don't know who Zach App Maple Take is, though. I have no clue what that is. The other thing I only go on bait and switch sometimes. I can like Muslims. What about others that intersect with the pro-Israel crowd? They don't like Muslims. Yeah. Being right-wing in Australia. I can't see that because of the Veltrain chat. It says being right-wing in Australia is like walking through a leftist minefield. Oh, man. Who is, Helgen? Who is Zach App Maple Takes? What is that? I never heard of that before. Oh, I have a video of this. This is what I wanted to watch. I think this is the first thing I wanted to watch. Apparently, Tim Pool owned this guy. This guy, his name is Adam Conover, and he used to have a show called Adam Ruins Everything. And it was like a show where he basically says, hey, you think mouthwash works? Well, here's a million reasons why it doesn't. Or, hey, you think immigrants are ruining our country? Okay, well, here's a million reasons why it's not. And he just goes through like all kinds of just debunking kind of stuff. I think it's a streamer. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of him. But I have the video of this. I think it's only like 20 minutes long, but it's basically, it was a really, Tim Pool owned this guy. You could tell that this guy, he was so pretending to not understand what Tim Pool was saying. This guy streams on Twitch. I got banned in his chat. Okay. Well, that means, okay. Yeah. That's a badge of honor then, I guess. But you could tell this guy was just playing it off like he didn't understand what Tim Pool was saying because he refused to acknowledge something that I think is pretty fucking clearly a fact, you know?
So my point is upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard...
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody. He could have enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says, "Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada."
You're
not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics.
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any jokes about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games for raping little girls. Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't you go to the UK and make jokes about Islam?
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you. Are there jokes?
I love it. Like, there's an easy way. There's a straightforward way to do this. He could have just been like, you know, I don't have, look, I pretty much rag on everybody, but I don't have any jokes about religious groups. You know, it's not my thing. You know, I like to stick to this one lane and I'm pretty good at that. But, you know, I tend to stay away from religion. He could have said that. He could have said, look, I get that there are some problems in the UK. But I think that, you know, jokes and discourse about it, and making light of it is kind of irresponsible. You know, he could have said that. He could have said a million things that at least not acknowledges that he understands what is being said to him. But he's just like, they do this all the time where they're like, I'm confused. I just don't understand what you're saying. As if they're speaking another fucking language, bro. It's like, it's pretty clear what he's fucking saying, dude. He's saying, hey, go ahead and try it. Go ahead. Go over there and draw a cartoon of the prophet. Go over there and fucking, you know, tell a joke about, you know, curry or something like that. Go ahead. See what happens.
Jokes that can be made about Islam, yes or no?
Wait, I don't want to. I don't want to go to this particular rabbit hole.
Oh, no. You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
What?
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
Come on. You're terrified of this subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff, because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand.
Dude, you had a show called Adam Ruins Everything where you explained things very clearly and in detail to millions of people, and you're gonna sit here and say you don't understand what he's talking about? Brings kind of like deer in the headlights. Oh, definitely deer in the headlights. Oh, yeah.
Don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically. I'd like to return to
okay, it's because you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it. And you said you're a comedian, and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make, sure. I don't have a joke about those particular topics.
You would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about...
Oh, yeah.
So my point is upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law...
Yeah, anyways, fucking... Yeah, Beltran said getting owned by Tim Pool is like getting beaten by grandma in a one-on-one basketball match. Yeah. I mean, it's very clear what he was saying. It's very clear what he was saying. And you could, you know what? Just be honest about it. Just be like, he could have even said, look, Tim, you know, you sound like a bigot by saying that. Straight up. He could have been like that. He could have said anything that would have made more sense than to sit there and pretend like he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, anything. And it wouldn't have been fucking clipped forever like this thing is, you know? Now this clip is like all over the internet where it's like, oh, I'm scratching my head. I don't know what Tim Pool's trying to say to me. What is this thing? Anyways, but I have that queued up. I want to watch it. So I saw this guy. So this guy right here, I have never felt more validated. Like I said, in my continuing series about trying to fucking explain to people how Miami is not America, this guy proves it to me again, bro. I mean, this is a bit, obviously. You know, this is a skit, but this is exactly what it's like in Miami, bro.
Hey, brother, do you know where the beach is? No, disculpe, hermano, yo no hablo. Gracias. Brother, do you know where the beach is? Acho, bro, en verdad, yo acabo de llegar aquí. Does anybody speak English here? Oh, finally a brother! Hey, how you doing, man? Do you know where the beach is? Papi, yo no sé hacer. Estás en la ciudad. Oh, my God! Hey, brother, do you know where...
I'm telling you, bro, that place is not America. I'm telling you. People come up with these clips every day, and every time I find one, I'm like, yes, I love it. Thank you. Thank you for fucking validating me. It's amazing. No one rule about leaving your echo chamber safe space. There is 1%. You'll be attacked for your beliefs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why it's safe and warm within the walls of the bubble. Just give Miami back to Cuba. Yeah, exactly. What else we got here? I think I got some Daddy Fuentes clips. What do we got here?
People need to grow some balls and say, hey, excuse me, stop littering. Or, you know, you see somebody, hey, excuse me, this is a door. Don't stand in front of it. Like, I'd almost like to start a movement where you get your phone out and you say, hey, put the
What's up, Fox? Welcome in. How you doing?
shopping cart away, fuckface. We need to start shaming these bad behaviors. We need social credit. We need facial recognition. We need a total police state so that we can punish these people. They need to be punished severely. This is where it needs to go. This is where things need to go. And then we're going to have people licking.
Thanks, Fox. I think I'm following you already. I think we met a long time. I think I met you when I first got on Kick. But I'm pretty sure I'm following you because I see you streaming once in a while. So yeah, but thank you. I appreciate it. I yell at speeders and tell people not to alert. Yeah, what's up, Stop Animal? How you doing? This is the take right here. I unironically agree with him here. If you fucking throw a bag of chips or a fucking candy wrapper from your car, somebody should shoot a missile at you. You deserve hellfire. That's what you deserve. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Shang? How you doing? Welcome in.
The ice cream in the grocery store. Remember that trend? And leaving the shopping carts everywhere, standing in front of the door, socks and slides and pajama pants in public, throwing litter, just throwing litter everywhere. I've seen them do it. I can't believe my eyes. They just throw their trash right out the window while they're driving. Eat a bag of chips, just throw it right out the window. Those vehicles should be hit with a javelin missile, okay? If a Doritos Frito-Lay bag flies out of a car window, that car should be hit with the javelin anti-tank missile, okay? Stinger, Javelin, anti-tank missile should be mounted on the 5G towers, and they should immediately engage any vehicle that discharges a Frito-Lay bag or a candy wrapper from the window, and the people should be immolated. They should be fucking destroyed. It should be like Gaza. It should be like the Gaza cost. Just like how Israel killed all the hostages that were going back into Gaza, it should be like that. No car gets away. No car that discharges litter gets away. People need to grow some.
I love that clip. I agree. Anytime I see that. I was in Miami the last time I saw it, actually. Now that I think about it. But I think it was in my rental. I was in my I was in my rental car. I flew down there, and I was just driving around like all my old neighborhoods, just kind of getting nostalgic, you know, seeing how the city changed and visiting some friends, just driving around Miami. And I'm at a stoplight with a bunch of other cars, and somebody opened the passenger door and took an entire styrofoam tray and placed it under their car, and then closed the door and drove off and just left the food right there in the middle of the street. And I wanted hellfire. I wanted a J-Dam. Okay, I wanted to J-Dam missile that fucking car when I saw that shit, dude. Got a 4-minute video about what? What's the video about? We were talking about the policy debate. I don't know if you were there. Well, I mean, if it's 4 minutes, we can watch it. You know, that's fine. You know, the lengthier the video send me, the more I have to like sit there and be like, oh, how much real estate tonight do I want to, you know, allocate to some of these videos? Because sometimes it's like a video, you know, sometimes you guys will put in a video that is, you know, interesting, but it might be completely dry, or it might be just like at a really obscure topic, and then the 5 people that were in the stream, three people automatically leave sometimes when I put on some of these videos. So, you know, keep everybody in mind. Keep everybody in mind. But the shorter the video is, the less I think about it. Where I'm just like, yeah, we can watch it. You know. Video footage of policy debating champion, college professor. Okay. Did you put it in the Discord?
I'm not someone who is so racist that says I could never be a Christian because black people are inferior. Because there are people that believe that. I know people that think that, and I disagree with them strongly on that. You know, and there are people that say, you know, we just hate people that aren't like us and this and that. So I'm not necessarily that far, but I'm also not on the other side where I say race means nothing. And America should become all brown people. And I want brown people in my neighborhood because it's like, you know, I want to live in a white neighborhood. When I get married and have a family, or if I decide to do that, I want to raise my kids in a white neighborhood. And I want the people to be white. I want them to be like me. And even more particularly, I don't even want to live in the South. I want to live in the Midwest or among American ethnics, because people that are Italian and Irish that live in Boston or Chicago or New York are different than people that are German and English that live in Naperville, who live in like Springfield, Illinois. They're different. So anyway, so those are just some thoughts I've had about race, but I think that's sort of the future. It reminds me of what I think it was either Sam Francis or Pat Buchanan, but they said about race, they said it's not everything, but it isn't nothing. I'm not someone.
Look at this one person right here said, if you decide to get married, what kind of person would decide to marry you? I ran into a clip. Oh, I don't know if I have it anymore. I ran into a clip of some chick actually watching his streams, and she was like falling in love with him. She was like, "Oh my God, he's so cute. I love it. I love it." I guess there's a market for everybody. Oh, here's Germany. Here's some Germany right here. It's probably 100 of girls that want to marry Nick. Probably, yeah. Probably. This isn't Germany, this lady right here.
Ich möchte aber meine Ruhe haben. Ja. Ja, du bist leider da. Geh bitte. Lass mich in Ruhe. Lass mich in Ruhe. Verpiss dich jetzt, habe ich gesagt. Muss man schreien. Meine Fresse, wirklich. Ich möchte aber meine Ruhe.
I mean, to be fair, she's got the fucking septum piercing, so she might be from the Refugees Welcome crowd. We saw this. Yeah. Some stuff that we already watched pops up in my algo, like, and I just refresh the save so I don't have to go scroll like a million years to go find it. So if I see something I've already saved, I just resave it. Looks like an office rat. Oh, you're up in 2050. How about this?
Why are you out here by yourself? Where is your husband?
I have no choice.
It's not permitted to be out here without your husband or your brother.
Sorry, I know.
Do you understand?
I am bringing a letter protesting my husband's arrest.
Just go home.
No.
What do you mean, no?
This is Nurullah Alisam, my husband. He was arrested last night, but no charges.
Photographs are forbidden.
I have no one at all.
What are you doing showing me a photograph? Out here by yourself?
There is no one in my house.
Your insult to your husband, your insult to your race.
Find out what happened to him. I need to find.
Stupid meme.
Why are you out here by yourself?
Oh man. Germany, Germany pops up in my stuff a lot because I save a lot of clips for Conrad. There's another one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I actually made this cartoon, Neocons about Afghanistan. Libs can't make this, surely. Yeah. This is Germany too, right here. I want to say that police car said Leipzig. Was that didn't one of the videos we see the other day come from Leipzig or something? Yeah, I see right there, LEIP. I want to say maybe that's like Leipzig or something. Yeah. You put it in there? Okay. Oh, this lady's great. Check this out.
Tomorrow, I'm getting permanently sterilized by having my fallopian tubes removed, so I decided to throw a little celebration for that and to celebrate the fact I've made the choice to not have kids. Women tend to only be celebrated when they get engaged, get married, or have a baby, and it's rare to see them celebrated as individuals for their accomplishments outside of the family. So it was really important to me to make sure that I dedicated time and space to celebrate myself and this life-changing decision that I'm making, and I'm so excited about it.
Sid, I just think it's a bit strange. Like, you know, you're celebrating with yourself, eating cake, you're doing twirls in a park because you're getting your fallopian tubes. What, do they tie them? It's just a weird...
It is unironic, bro. You know, that was definitely unironic, man. Holding space and celebrating time because you know it's important. You know, most people just celebrate their weddings and their kids being born, but I'm tying my fallopian tubes. I can totally see that be unironic, man.
World, isn't it? It's such a weird thing to celebrate. But in this regard, I think sometimes the world heals itself.
Tomorrow,
They throw parties for having abortions, you know? It's like... What was this? Oh, something about reparations. What was this?
Well, the city of Decatur has taken a big step towards reparations for African Americans. Last night, the city adopted a resolution to create a reparations task force. It says the city apologizes for its role in enslaving, trafficking, and oppressing Black people. And over the next 60 days, the city will appoint 9 task force members to research Black land and property loss. They also plan to interview descendants of the formerly enslaved. Be sure to download Fox Local for live streaming news and more. Well, the city of Decatur has taken a big...
Here's another reparation one.
Poverty. If you would have given us reparations, we would have never been the race that is in poverty right now. And then also, if you want to talk about violence, crime, okay, there's a correlation between living in poverty and crime. So it's like poverty.
I think we saw some of that last night.
I think the biggest issue in our generation is white people feeling like they have entitlement over other minorities, feeling like they need to be at least in America, feeling like they need to be at the top of the food chain, and they're not. This country was built off of slavery. This country is built off of immigrants. This country is built on stolen land. Respect the people that you took this from and understand that we are telling you you are wrong. How do you think white people can do better? Sit down. Sit down. Stop trying. They don't feel like they need...
What does that mean? Sit down and stop trying. What does that mean? She's right. Helgen, you agree? Do you think white people should sit down?
to take any type of accountability, and because of that, that's why our country is the way that it is. I think the biggest issue in our generation is white people feeling...
She's wrong. Not all white people, just the white people with... Oh, man. Well, here's the white women that need to sit down and stop trying, right?
Trust black women, they lead the way. White women, stop abandoning your sisters. Trust black women, they lead the way. Oh, we're mad as hell. Oh, can't you tell? Oh, we're mad as hell. Can't you tell? We dissent, you fucking fascist. Trust black women, they lead the way.
Yeah, they should sit down. Well, I don't know if they should sit down, but they should definitely stop trying. That's too much trying right there. Oh, this guy. This fucking guy is fucking, ugh. Like, what happened? What happened to the West? We need to return, you know?
Fisting is such a gigantic part of my identity that I feel like a part of me is gone. I feel like there's a big vacancy left where fisting, I don't know what to do with myself during most of the days. I spent so much time playing with my ass and sitting on toys and just playing on cam and like just being a general pig with my butthole that trying to fill the days now is really kind of weird. I don't have a lot of other hobbies, and so it's kind of forcing me to take a mirror to myself and look at myself and figure out who I am without my hole.
It's called You Blew Your Ass Out. It doesn't work anymore, brother. He has nothing to do all day because before this, his schedule was full of ass play. That's all he was up to. It's like a shift at the factory, 8 hours a day of just digging around his butt and pigging around with his hole, as he calls it. Now he's medically retired, which is, I guess, is the equivalent of like a Tommy John surgery for the butt play world.
Yeah, it's a gay guy's Tommy John, except you don't recover from it. You're medically retired.
Time to hang up the toys, pull up the diaper.
Fisting is such a gigantic part of my identity.
The guy starts off by saying, fisting was such a gigantic part of my identity. Oh my god. Why is this video a thing? Exactly, yeah. Why do people have so little hesitancy to be like this in public? Yeah, I know. Yeah, internet's forever. Fuck me, man. That's your legacy, guy. No one knew who you were until this clip went out, and now the rest of the world, when they replay all of the content from the early 2000s in the year 3027, and they're just interested about what happened 100 years ago, this is the video that they're going to know about you, guy. This is that video, guy. Oh, man. Would you agree he doesn't speak for all bearded white men? Definitely not. Definitely not. He is not representative of the bald community. The bald bearded white men community. Stop making videos of that guy. That's interesting. Was there anything else? Was there anything else? I don't think so. I think we watched basically everything. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Did you put that in the Discord, Sheng? You said it was like 4 minutes long. Trust black women, please trust black women. Oh, go trust black women. You know what's crazy? I fucking catch myself at all times of the day, just randomly out of nowhere. I'll just start humming that new Kanye song. I'll just be like, boom, 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 boom. It's like, the beat is like fucking infectious, man. And it's been going viral. Like, there's been clubs where people have been fucking playing that song unironically in the club, and people are just doing Sig Heils and shit. But the beat is so good. It's like boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. What's this oil massage thing you put in there? What is that? Nope, I don't like it at all. What don't you like, Helgen? The Kanye song? You don't like the Kanye song? You don't the beat. You have to at least like the beat. The beat's good. You don't have to like the lyrics, okay? But the beat is fucking good. Yeah, exactly. The censored version, yeah. No? Okay. Well, do you listen to rap? Have you ever listened to rap? You know, I'll click play in a second. Helgen, do you listen to rap? Like, is there any kind of hip hop infrastructure built into the lore that is Helgen to make an informed decision about whether or not it's an actually fire ass beat? Or do you fucking listen to like fucking, you know, Moby and emo stuff and like weird leftist stuff, you know? Because the beat's good. So I don't want. I will not be told that my opinion is invalid about that. The beat is good. Okay, let's go.
The thing you should know about Ryan Wash is he's actually very well known within the world of academic debate for winning both of the national debate tournaments in 2013 by essentially screaming about how he thinks that debate is exclusionary towards black people because it requires them to actually talk about the topic, and that he should instead be allowed to just talk about being black and queer.
You should ask a serious question when you sign your ballot for the negative team. Why do I have to make a forced choice? Why do I got to relegate another team to the exclusion? Especially when they don't have another place to go. When debate has been the place where I've come to share my views, perspectives, and opinions.
Again, this is like slam poetry shit, dude. This is not debate, man. This is just like emotional fucking... I listen to funk and jazz. Okay, well then you do not get a say in whether or not it's a good beat. Okay, but I respect that you like funk and jazz. I don't listen to too much funk, but actually I don't listen to funk at all. But I do listen to jazz. I love jazz.
About a given subject. This is all the fuck I got. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do when this debate is over. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna situate myself, but I know one thing that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make room for those other choir bodies that have never ever fucking had a right to speak and have a debate in their own fucking house. Nobody asked me about energy production. Nobody asked me what it means to get out of bed in the morning, which is why it is that you never ever fucking access me. We are the education that your model of debate precludes, because we can teach you some shit about yourself and how inside of this space. Today is the day that we unite the crowns.
Nobody even knows what that guy said, bro. Know what this guy? Yeah, exactly. Nobody knows what that guy said. They're just blindly clapping. The second clip has better audio. It doesn't even matter if the audio would have been better. No one still would have been able to understand this guy. There's no way, dude. Everything he said was indiscernible.
Let me provide some framing mechanism for you inside this debate. Motherfucker, we are ass. We started the discussion. You have to remember that the 1NC was in response to the 1AC, which was no response at all. He gets up here and talked about Rhonda. Where in the 1NC he talked about Rhonda? We ain't talking about no motherfucking Rhonda. This is our argument about how it is that they get to propagate the strategy that allows for us to not even be those niggas that you say we're supposed to be. You sat up here and gave your predetermined 1NC with Jackie bobbing all offbeat to you on the dance floor. You know what I'm saying? In terms of this debate where there is an explosion of blackness inside of this particular space going on, the one judge at this fucking tournament who won a seat of championship doesn't have the ability to evaluate an all-black debate inside of this space, but it's your niggas are the ones who hold you back. Right? If anything, I'm one top speaker because I don't speak bullshit. I tell you the fucking truth, and the fucking truth was the fact that they came into this motherfucking debate and tried to characterize our affirmative because Dominique and Kane didn't have shit to say last debate. Your mama beat your ass. My daddy and my mama beat my motherfucking ass and told me to quit hanging out with my motherfucking sister because that was the only person that I had. But what happens when my dick keeps getting hard because I'm looking at a fat ass of this man? How the fuck am I supposed to rationalize that? What do you mean you can't be fucking queer? Even if their strategy is one of ever changing, then you should probably cross-apply his analysis about those DL men. That DL-ness, that when you can go fuck some pussy and then put your dick in some pussy, that is what that ever-changing allows for you to do, and then get to co-opt that identity because it's those DL niggas that always tell us that that we don't deserve to be niggas inside of the hood. That's the shit that our affirmative talks about. Now that's real talk, sweetheart.
I mean, stunning and brave. Man, I don't know what to say. What was the fucking topic anyway? Your debate champion, yeah, exactly. It's just the it reminded me exactly like those two girls that we saw yesterday. Where it's like, what are you saying? What are you saying? What was the topic? He was like talking about his personal life. What was the topic of the debate? You know?
The thing you should know about...
Interesting, cool. And I appreciate you editing that. That sounded like it would have been a hard F. That sounded like a hard F. New Yorican? Yeah. This guy's a professor, and the guy who uploaded this recording, a video of his professor teaching debate, and it's pretty crazy. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I'm not doing 40 minutes. Yeah. Oh, God. The dreaded beep. The beep from hell. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. I can rearrange all my windows now. He's like providing arguments like space isn't real because underprivileged people have no opportunity to access it. Wow. Oh my God. Oh, now I want to watch it. To hear a statement like that, space isn't real because underprivileged people have no opportunity to access it. That is ridiculous, dude. Also, like proposing the idea, white people should all be sent into space, but entertaining the counter argument that his that this shouldn't be done because whites would just colonize space and oppress the aliens. That is crazy, dude. That is so ridiculous, man. Holy shit, that's ridiculous. Oh my god. All right. So, okay. So I do want to watch that well, it's doubly good here because, you know, this is like a breakdown of that Tim Pool Adam Conover exchange, but it's from Asmongold, so it makes it even better. It makes it even twice as better. It's a long video. Yeah, no. I mean, you know what? We'll just remind me at some other day and we will watch it for sure. Because I would love to hear this argument about fucking colonizing space and enslaving the aliens. I think that'd be fucking hilarious. But I cannot let down all my leftist buddies who are lurking in the chat with a stream title like Asmongold is politically superior to you than Asmongold's take on Tim Pool and Adam Conover. So I'm definitely I'm definitely curious about what he's going to say about this. We come back from space with death rays and super crazy technology. That wouldn't be included as part of government assistance. I can see why they wouldn't want us to colonize. There's also a lot of other funny stuff in there. A lot of these theta debates. Consider making a compilation myself because I haven't found a particularly good one. Oh, okay. I'm the main leftist in the chat. Yeah. Well, I think Helen or Helena or sorry, what was it? Helgen. Yeah, I think Helgen might be a leftist here. Or left aligned maybe. I don't know. We're only meeting Helgen for the first time tonight, so Helgen, you gotta introduce yourself. You gotta make yourself known here in the chat. We need to know what your deal is. Keep in mind, we also don't care what your deal is. I don't care if you're a tanky or a fucking Christian nationalist. You know, I really could care less. All right, let's go, Asmongold.
You are not safe. Ooh. The very fine people hoax. So let's take a look at this, and we'll see what's going.
Go to the faces. Not mostly because like a lot of the people that I used to do the faces for aren't here anymore, and you know, like the thing is that I have to fix my computer at some point, and like what I want to do is a complete like wipe. You know, I'm gonna do a complete wipe and start over. But I have to plan that because I have a lot of shit I need to save. And my this scene that I'm using to run OBS is full of fucking sources here, including all of the faces. So they're still all there. I just like haven't done them because I also have the Kick chat and the YouTube chat there. But like you're still there. I still have all. Here's Veldrain. There's Veldrain. The old Veldrain profile pic. And, where is it? I think I have yours, Conrad. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Where are you? Yeah, there you are. I got Veldrain and Conrad right there. Back to back. Back-to-back buddies. Saying last year you'll do a new branding. So I've said, yeah. So the thing about the branding is that I was just struggling about what the name would be. It's gonna be, but the thing is, I found out what it is because I found out that they're available still on Twitch. They're definitely gonna be available on Kick and YouTube. YouTube lets you do basically whatever you want, but and I'm like 99% sure that the names that I want are available on Kick. The hard part was if they were going to be available on Twitch, and then I settled on 2, and I'm still debating on which one it's going to be. They're both still Legate, but it's like Legate something, and one of them is like super similar to what I have already, and the other one's just like a little bit different, but it's still Legate. And I'm probably just going to go with the one that's like really ridiculously similar to what I already have, so there's not that much of a shock in terms of a rebrand. But that's just a portion of it. That involves like stuff that's on those websites. I'm talking about cleaning my computer. I'm talking about like formatting the whole thing, reinstalling everything, and just starting from the ground up because there's just too many fucking weird things going on right now, and I just don't feel like, I've even sat there for hours trying to diagnose what's been going on, and nothing's been working. So, what's up, Sparkle? Today's whatever debate. Yeah, I was just talking about it. I have it here. We were actually watching some of her stuff on Instagram. So her name on Instagram is like Kelsey Brewer or something like that. Kelsey.Brewer. But yeah, I was telling everybody like it was gold. I listened to basically right up until she basically left. But it was crazy too because at the end she was like, she's crying and then she's like, one of my people in my chat offered to pay me what you were going to pay me to stay here and to debate. So I think I'm just going to take that money and go because I'm just not feeling well. I have medical things. And then both Brian and Andrew were like, well, what if we doubled it? Would you stay if we doubled it? And she considered it. And then it was like, okay, so you'll stay. Your health condition is so important that you have to go, but you'll completely ignore it for double the money? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, bitch. Okay, bitch, sure. Yeah, I'm sure you have a health issue. I'm sure, Not this other day, but I mentioned, yeah, I know what you mean. How lefties see manga. What's this?
Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill! Bill! Hey, Bill! Hey, Dave! Hey! Dave. Shh! What's going on? Come on! Wendy's sleeping. Well, come on, man! What? Don't wake her up. Come on, let's go! What? Race war! Race war? Come on, Bill! Race war! What do you mean? Didn't we always talk about wanting to do that? I don't remember that at all. Come on, Bill! Race war! You can be captain. I'm gonna be sergeant. No. Oh, is that Wendy? Yeah, you woke her up. Tell her I said hey. Is she still mad at me? Yeah, she is. Come on, man, race war. Bring her. No, don't bring her. What is she? What? She's Italian. Yeah, don't bring her. Hey, you want to get her? No. You like her? That's right. No. That's right. Come on, man. Well, don't tell her. She might tell the Italians. It's the same race. As what? Us. What? Yeah. No. Yeah. We're American. Kind of. What are you? English. Ah! That's American. There's one. Come on, Bill. I'm gonna get that guy. I'll come back. He was in a truck. Gonna get him. Hey, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I said that about her accepting the month. You mean the money? She was willing to stay. If they said like, look, if we can raise enough money to double what you were gonna make by staying here, will you stay? And then she was like, yeah. And yeah, she also said she had 150 IQ. 150. Isn't that like fucking ultra genius? Actually, let me see. This was the first time that she left the table.
You have a conversation with him.
Well, look, if we can, for both people, if we can allow each other to finish, even if you want to jump in, just let the other person finish speaking. If somebody's going on a monologue and they're filibustering, I'll try try to get them to wrap up, but just if they're making a point, just try to let them finish.
No, I did not go to school for 4 years and build a platform to be talked to like this. So I will be walking away from the microphone right now, and I would encourage you to get your guest under control. I'm going to take 2 minutes, so you can ask him questions if you'd like, and I will be right back.
Because you run the show?
I just won't be back. And we already
I don't give a shit. What do I care? I'm here to have a debate, not listen to your whining. Do you want to have a debate or not?
All right, I'm not going to be talked to like this.
Well,
so
do you want to just take a little 2-minute breather? You want to take a 2-minute breather?
This is feminism? You're the strong woman? You're the strong woman? Really?
Yeah, that's just a taste of it. The whole thing was like that, man. It got to a point where she started fucking wailing and crying, and it was like, the 44 159 is like within genius, right? Yeah. She said she was a 150. She said, she's like, you know, it's been a long time since I've been tested, but I remember when I was young, they tested me and I was like a 150. Like, okay. Yeah. Why aren't you out there building rockets or some shit? 150 IQ. You know, you run a fucking feminist Instagram page. Wow. Brilliant. Where was it? Oh, here's where she starts crying.
It seems fundamentally dishonest.
Right. I mean, that's just kind of something that you don't want to disclose because it's a little embarrassing. But
we're not asking you.
This is actually this made me think of like a topic that I want to talk about with Casey. Because, well, I'll let you see, and then I'll talk about it.
Why?
Look,
strong
we're
woman.
Not asking
I thought you were a strong woman.
I hope you guys have a really good day. I'm leaving.
Hold on.
No.
We're not asking. Hold on. Look.
I thought you were a strong woman.
Kylie, do you want to just take like 3 minutes to gather?
I'm leaving. Like, I'm driving.
I mean, you agreed to.
I agreed to appear, not stay for the entire.
Yeah, but that you can't do some technicality where, well, I showed up for 2 minutes and I'm just gonna leave and get the benefits of. Look, Kylie, just take a 5-minute breather. You still there, Kylie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Look, do you want to take a 5-minute breather, come back, and we'll talk more. Okay. All right. Here, I'll do some chats. I'll read some chats.
Oh man, she comes back.
Here. Okay.
Just know it's awkward.
Let's have here.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. So, okay, here's where we left off, right?
You are the courier Lord Caesar has spoken of. The slaughter begins then.
Yo. What's up, Resi? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome to all the Resistanians. I have an announcement. I am the proud owner of 1,000 Resi coin. So, if you haven't bought Resi coin yet, you need to get on it, okay? You need to get in the market. We need to fucking... Those are rookie numbers, okay? We need to pump that shit up. Resi coin is the future. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Rez. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm just kind of going over some random stuff. This was the Andrew Wilson debate today with, I believe her name is Kylie Brewer.
Gathered in the storm comes a tall, handsome man in a dusty black coat with a red right hand.
And yeah, Andrew Wilson just annihilated this lady. She was crying. She stormed away from the table multiple times. We're like in the middle of her cry. This is the cry episode. I wanted to dissect this a little bit because there's a topic in here that gets kind of revealed that I'm curious about talking with one at Casey Lee IRL at some point. So it'd be interesting. But yeah, welcome in. Feel free to kick your feet up, pop some popcorn, hang out. Feel free to follow. Feel free to dip out. Feel free to tell me how much of a fucking horrible person I am and leave. Feel free to tell everybody in the chat how horrible they are. Or not. Or you can say how awesome we are. You know, either way. But yeah, we're gonna watch a couple things tonight. There was Asmongold did a video about the Tim Pool Adam Conover interaction. I think there was a Hassan thing I wanted to watch. I don't know. It's just a couple couple things. And I might play a little Fallout 76 while we're watching it. So, but one of the things that gets brought up here in this moment is, so it's let me play it real quick, and you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. But thank you, Rezi. I appreciate it.
Xerxes was, can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry? Excuse me. Andrew, it seemed like you wanted to.
So it's just academic doublespeak. It's just it's a way for them to hold dualistic standards. So, what they mean by racism is exactly what they mean by racism across the board. It's just that in order to make whatever they consider the oppressive class not be oppressed, they call it something else by saying there's not enough institutional power. But if you were to ask them something like, well, what about over in South Africa, right? They would still say that, nope, whites really have the institutional power there no matter what. So it's like, it's never, and I've been in these debates multiple times, it's never a consistent definition. It's an academic doublespeak. When it comes to misogyny, worse than misandry, yeah, right. The only reason that she says that is because she believes in a bunch of stats which are completely false. They're totally false. We've been over them multiple times. Women do just as much damage with their misandry as whatever she considers misogyny to be. And the truth is, it's all just demonization. Yeah, I don't know why she's crying. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not crying right now, but yeah.
Okay. This seems very manipulative, by the way. I'm just pointing that out. But
yeah, you're entitled to your beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to engage with the misogyny being worse than misandry?
Sure.
Topic.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just read out the statistics that I have here about violence against women, and that's basically what my belief that misogyny is worse. Misogyny kills and misandry annoys is sort of a phrase that people say. I think both definitely aren't healthy, but 1 in 3 women experience violence in the home or just generally in their lifetime. World Health Organization, 50% of women are murdered in 2017 were killed by an intimate partner, United Nations. A lot of child brides, with victims being women married to older men, as well as 71% of human trafficking victims being women, often used for sexual exploitation purposes.
Where do those child bride stats come from, Kylie? Where are those child bride stats coming from? She said UN, I think, but I want to know the country where they're coming from, or the region where they're coming from.
And that a lot of that is rooted in the belief that women are property and objects that men can do what they want with. So that is why I believe that misogyny is worse. I think, again, though, I will concede, I think both can be harmful.
And can I just point out real quick that sexual liberation is a key cornerstone of feminism, including OnlyFans, things like this, and that's been linked heavily to sexual trafficking. And still, the left does everything they can to promote that women should be able to engage in prostitution, even though it leads to those very same outcomes, which is insane. On top of that, she says misogyny kills, misandry annoys. That's not true. If we look at post-divorce stats for suicidality, for instance, same thing. Even when it comes to men's health, they do unalive themselves at higher rates. Right? Now, I would still argue that that's mostly because they're better at it, but also because, and what I mean by that is that, like, women will basically they just won't use guns, right? And men use guns. But yeah, I would say also, when we're talking about misogyny versus misandry, what's really interesting about this is they'll often only point to the stat of death as though that is the only stat which is worth looking at. If you look at what's going on in society, we also have to look at children, the effects and outcomes of children. The demonization of men through misandry often will lead to men or boys, young girls, things like that, losing respect for men. It also leads to men losing custody of their children, which leads to bad outcomes for children. Like, even if it were the case that I accepted all of her stats. By the way, that also proves that feminism is not doing a good job protecting women. It literally failed its promise of protecting women. But on top of that, can we just point out that she doesn't bring up the outcomes for children ever? They never bring up the outcomes for children, which are completely and totally awful when we have these split family homes and the glorification of single motherhood, which feminism has done. They only point to the fact that, well, misogyny can lead to the unalivement. Also, can I just point out, what about the fact that there's about, 1 million women plus a year who murder men's children in the womb? I just want to point that out while she says, well, this is basically misandry is just harmless annoyance. At the same time, remember, having 1 million abortions a year.
May I just ask, I'm trying to
I
be
was
fair,
listening.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I was listening.
Okay, do you want to
Sure.
refute or counter? Or
I think that
respond?
Being pro-choice, the way that it's defined about taking life is always going to be open to interpretation. I think people will think, different things about when life begins, and so ultimately the crux of that, it seems like you believe in God. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think that because of that, we will never see eye to eye because I don't consider it to be murder before a certain point. Obviously, if the fetus is viable, if there are certain points where
I only ever use secular arguments. So even if it is the case that I believe in God, I've only ever used secular arguments.
So what would your argument be?
That the case for sentience makes no sense, and that scientifically, the established scientific consensus, the legitimate scientific consensus, non-sociological consensus, is that this is a human life at conception immediately. That is the scientific consensus. You can look at any source you want. That's the scientific consensus. So if that's the case, right, then we should treat it as though it's a human life.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that's going to vary from person to person. I think that there's a lot of people in the scientific community. And again, the scientific consensus does vary on when life begins.
It does not.
Because the religious idea is
the consensus does not vary. There's no source you could ever look to. And I'm willing to be corrected right now live. There's no source I've ever been able to find which refutes that the scientific consensus is that human life begins at conception.
Oh, thank you.
There would be no other way to determine human life. Other than that, it began at conception. You wouldn't even be able to determine it another way. But you can go ahead. What does scientific consensus say? When does human life begin?
Sure.
I'll wait.
So it's saying that there are 3 different perspectives: the scientific, philosophical, and religious. Scientific.
Anyways.
Most biologists agree that a new, unique human organization comes into existence at fertilization.
So human life at conception.
However,
at conception, right?
But they're saying that a new human organism, but there's people that have different agreements. That doesn't necessarily necessitate that doesn't mean.
Apologize for being.
I'm gonna fast forward to the end here, because this is where it gets. This is where the money stuff comes in. This is where the rage quit is.
A good host. You're the man.
Oh, I appreciate it, Christopher. Thank you. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. All right, here, I'll let the...
I've actually had someone offer to pay me, because I'm assuming if I leave early, you won't pay me. But I've had someone in my comments offer to pay me the amount that I was paid to be here. So I'm going to go because I have medical problems. I'm not feeling good.
What if somebody in our chat offers to pay you
more?
Do you think they would?
Yeah.
Well, they would pay me and then...
Yes, if someone offered, I would stay and I would cry on camera. But I don't know if they will.
This is why we have the wage gap. Sure. This is literally why we have the wage gap, ladies and gentlemen.
But I highly doubt that someone will offer that.
I wonder, so they're offering you...
They're offering me 50...
So if you stay for another 2 hours, what would that cost?
Oh my God.
Like $500?
No. My God. More.
On top.
Like probably double.
Double
500, so 1,000.
The original, okay, double the original. So I think we would need, in order, would you actually, if it was doubled, would you?
If it was actually doubled, I would stay, because again, I do have a problem, so I could probably stay a little longer.
2 hours.
I would just have to
2
take
hours.
breaks.
beyond, so we're talking 8:30.
Sure. Then I would need like triple because I like
Troy.
Triple?
You're a tough negotiator, Kylie. You're a tough negotiator.
Again,
And,
I like
this girl over here, tough negotiator.
I genuinely do have issues though. Like that's not a lie. So I just don't like to talk about it. But I have a hard time. Yeah. Like I could like.
And what is the issue anyway?
I don't really like to talk about it, but I've had like concussions, and stuff like that. So.
Concussions?
It's like a brain, like a
TBI.
Yeah. I mean, traumatic brain injury. Yeah, it was a traumatic. It's like I get like really bad headaches and like.
Do you want? We have like
difficulty breathing.
Tylenol or ibuprofen. We could give you.
But I don't really want to go too much into it.
Okay.
But I have had someone offer me, but I just don't think this is a good environment. So I think I'll just take the offer that the person has given me of the original amount, and I'm just gonna head out. I think so. Yeah. I think my health is more important than whatever you've offered me, which is not much. So.
I mean, I don't think it's fair. You know, we've been very generous here at the Whatever podcast. I don't know if that's a fair categorization. So you said a double. So if somebody does essentially, somebody want to send in like an Ethereum.
And again, like
an
this is only
Ethereum.
on my network, so I don't think anyone's gonna offer it. So, but I guess nothing is impossible.
Are there any takers in the chat who want to see this? Wait, let me ask the chat. Why don't I pull the chat? Chat, does anybody want another 2 hours on top of, so like 8:40 Pacific time? Is it standard time or Pacific
I think,
standard?
yeah.
Is it standard time or is it daylight?
All
No,
right.
it's standard.
I know how we can raise the money. So here on my notepad, right down here, okay, we're going to play Hangman. I'll play Hangman. Chat, we're going to play, okay, yeah, we're going to play Chat Hangman. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play Chat Hangman. It's only 4 letters. That's it. You send in $100. It gives you the letter. I'll put in the letter, but we got to do it quick, okay? And then I'm going to rule them out. We'll play Chat Hangman. That's how we'll raise the shit. Well, look, hey, tell me, you got a better idea? You got nothing. All right, let's do Chat Hangman.
I'm going.
Let's do a crystal pop.
A crystal pop.
We got Ogle in the chat.
You guys have been lovely, but I really again, I need to leave. I'm not feeling good. But I appreciate the debate. It was interesting and fun.
Do you want to give a closing statement?
My closing statement is that I love to learn and to meet new people, and I wasn't putting my medical issue aside for money. I didn't know how long this was going to be. That was my fault, I will admit. But I appreciate learning new perspectives. I was hoping this would be a more calm and demure experience because I've been trying to be more, about facts and negotiating. But I appreciate the time that I've had here, and I'm, looking forward to learning more about you both. So.
Wait, what does that mean?
Oh, I mean learning more about, I knew about your network before coming in. I had seen some videos, but now I'm more interested in you guys.
Yeah. So, what about this? We'll double, but we add 2 hours on top. So that's.
It's
we'll double it. I'm not going to ask the audience.
Right.
We'll double it. Whatever podcast, we'll double it.
Right. But
you stay.
If I didn't have an actual issue, I would stay for the money, if that makes sense. But I have to go, so I'm gonna go. It's not like a money thing anymore.
Are you willing to stay for Andrew's closing statement and a few chats?
Yeah, I will stay for that.
Here,
but
wait,
can we make it 5 minutes?
Okay, 10 minutes. That's fair. That seems fair.
I literally just.
Here, we got Leonidas. Here, listen to Leonidas, then Andrew's gonna give his closing statement.
Leonidas donated $100. Highly curious, age of kids you teach? Also, what is a woman? Also, are women as a group oppressed in the USA?
Oh, man.
If so, how? Are you
we'll
as a
rapid
woman
fire it.
oppressed? If so, how? And are men as a group oppressed?
And you said you're an educator. Are you teaching?
Yeah.
Are you tutoring?
I'm a private tutor, and I'm also a substitute teacher, and I teach in 3 primary high schools in Chicago. Yeah.
So you teach elementary school kids?
No, high school.
Oh, high school. Okay. He asked, what is a woman? quick answer if you can.
I think a woman is someone who is, I mean, it depends. Like biologically female is different from being a woman, but someone who's a woman is someone who's characteristically a person who, associates themselves with femininity, and that is open to interpretation of who wants to identify as one.
If I may just ask one clarifying question, can a female become a male, or can a male become a female?
Like biologically speaking, I believe the sexes of male and female, but I think if a person wants to be a woman or a man, absolutely, yeah.
And then are women as a group oppressed in the USA? Your answer?
I think it's possible, but I really need to leave.
May I just at least, can you stay for Andrew's close?
No, I don't.
Look, we're not kidnapping you. I'm just asking if you can at least stay.
You have to clarify you're not kidding. Yeah.
Well, yeah, not. But you said you could stay 5 minutes. Come on.
I'm leaving. I mean, what? No, I'm going. But I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you for the experience. This isn't worth it anymore. I'm not feeling good, so I'm gonna drive home.
Are you oppressed? Do you want to just answer that? You don't need to say into the mic. Just yell it out, maybe.
That's my closing statement.
Oh my God.
But for champagne pop.
Wow.
For champagne.
So you can only imagine like what happened in between all of that. In between like her first rage quit and that moment right there was just nothing but a shit show the entire time. It was fucking hilarious. This is why hate lives. They don't harden and have so much emotions. Not like stoic anarchist. Are you? Would you consider yourself, anarchist or stoic anarchist? You're already on the anarchist. Are you ANCOM? Are you an ANCOM, Helgen? Anyways, we got that there in case we can fill in the gaps later, but. No, not an ANCOM. What would you call it? What would you, if you had to put a label on Helgen's political leaning or ideology, what would it be? Just anarchist? Okay. To the point. She was suffering from a bad case of the twisties. No one asked me what I consider myself. I consider myself a human rights activist. I know. Conrad's always thinking about the humans and their rights. All right. Let's see what Asmongold had to say about this whole fucking Tim Pool thing.
You are not safe. Uh-oh. Ooh. The very fine people hoax. So let's take a look at this and we'll see what's going on.
Bro, Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative story?
Know what that
it was like,
talking about there.
It's all of these hoaxes. The very fine people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah, they're
never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides,
except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, who should be condemned totally.
He said that.
Holy.
Yeah, he did. That's the full quote.
Shit.
What a fucking retard. Oh my God.
Brother,
I don't live in your bubble, man.
You don't live in the fuck.
You don't live in the bubble? But just so you guys can understand this bubble analogy fully. So this is the quote. So Adam's bubble is the smaller bubble. So if anybody's living in a bubble, it's Adam. I mean, because if you want to use this metaphor, this is literally the worst metaphor to possibly use. Why would you use this bubble? This is the worst one. Oh my God.
Brother,
I don't live in your bubble, man.
I think that Tim Pool is being way too aggro about this, and because of that, he's making Adam super defensive. And maybe he's doing that on purpose, but Yeah, he is. Like, I think Tim goes super aggro about stuff. I don't hate Tim, by the way. I like Tim. I think Tim's fine. I've watched an Adam video I've agreed with too, for that matter. I think this is stupid, but other than that, yeah.
Fucking news, dude! Come the fuck on! You don't read the fucking news! This is what fucking blows my mind.
No, I just don't have
No,
I don't have your
No,
obsessions.
Trump did not call me.
Wait, you don't have your obsessions? I didn't realize it was this bad. So, see, and this is what a lot of people do, is that what I find to be very funny about this is that it's this emotional manipulation gaslighting technique that people like Adam do. And there are other people that do this as well, that weaponize mental illness or the implication of mental illness against other people. And by the way, I do this too, but I admit that I'm doing this. And the thing is that they gaslight you and then they tell you you're crazy for acknowledging that they're being gaslighted. Or they're gaslighting, excuse me.
Nazis and white supremacists, very fine people. Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's
no,
what's
I
fucked up.
didn't say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about because I don't.
You didn't. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got to pause the music here.
That's what's fucked
I
up.
didn't say I think he did. I just don't.
People.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists. That's what's fucked up.
I didn't say I think he did. I just don't know.
I love the fact that we can record videos. Isn't that great that we can just record videos and do this? It's so easy. That's crazy. Why do you give lefty lunatics so much credit? You give them too much credit to a fault? I mean, I'm not giving this guy any credit. I mean, he's making himself and everybody who thinks like him look terrible. He is doing more damage to liberalism by being this stupid than Tim ever could. This is awful. Yeah, this is terrible. Like, I'm not giving him any credibility at all.
What you're talking about because I don't I don't listen to your shit.
It's not about listening to my
see, and you can see the obfuscations, right? It's like, well, I don't listen to your bubble. I'm not listening to your news. I don't know everything about this. Like, and you can see these are just these constant minimizations of the fact that you are maliciously spreading propaganda. And it's okay. Like, it's fine. I don't know why Adam can't just say, oh, really? Okay, well, he did 15 other bad things, so let's talk about those. Okay, fine. Let's talk about that. Why do you fixate on the one thing that's bullshit? That's the problem. And this is why, like, there have been things that Trump has done that I've disagreed with. I don't like Trump did X, Y, or Z thing. But the problem is that the people that criticize him completely destroy all of their credibility when they fixate and they latch on to lies. That's the problem. Is that like now nobody is going to take them seriously at all because they're fixating on a lie.
Shit, bro, it's reading the news. It's fact.
I can tell you, anyone that calls himself an ANCAP, don't take them serious. I don't know any ANCAPs IRL. I'm in some ANCAP versus ANCOM debate groups, just random social media groups, but I don't know any actual ANCAPs. Maybe the closest person, I think Admiral Gibbs. Does anybody know Admiral Gibbs? I think Admiral Gibbs is an ANCAP. I don't know him. I had a conversation with him once waiting in a waiting room for Wick TV. But that's about it. Grumple knows Admiral Gibbs though. I think Admiral Gibbs is the only person I've ever heard of that's an actual ANCAP. This Roach needs to provide some analysis. Who's the Roach? Relax. Who is it? Is it Tim Pool? Is it Adam? Is it Asmongold? Who are you talking about? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Got that song stuck in my head now. Fuck.
Fact checking, bro. I got Snopes for you. They're not a conservative publication. Even Snopes was like, guys, stop saying this.
I don't know why you're shouting at me. I was just asking you to explain.
Because the issue we have.
And to be fair, Tim is like Adam is making. Tim is being too aggro here. And I think that he could communicate this point without being this aggressive, and it would make Adam look worse. Because 10% of people will watch this and think that Tim is wrong because of his demeanor. It's like all online conversations and debates are purely manipulation. That's just how it is.
And I apologize, because I'm not trying to shout at you. I'm shouting in exasperation that we've had two liberals on in the past 2 weeks who didn't know this. And I'm just like, for the love of all is holy, all I do all day is I read probably 500 news articles every single day from CNN, the New York Times, MSNBC, and all their aggregates. And then liberals come on and they believe things that were debunked 8 years ago.
I didn't say I believed it. I was just asking what you were talking about.
You didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know everything.
He doesn't.
Thing that you know.
But this is.
But you did say you
find people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah, they're
never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides,
except the neo-Nazis and white.
Adam was clearly and obviously asserting that Trump said that there were neo-Nazis that were fine people. He clearly implied this. Adam is acting like a smug idiot. Well, you could have stopped there as Adam. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know everything that you know.
But this is.
I don't know everything that you know. This is, again, another appeal to triviality, trying to make him look ridiculous for pointing out this obvious lie.
What Biden launched his campaign on.
Yes.
Biden made a public announcement to launch his presidency in 2020 off of this lie. And you didn't know that. 5 years later.
Well, he did know that. He did know it. Like, I mean, do you really think that this guy didn't know that? Adam isn't stupid. He's not stupid. He knows this. He's just making it up. He's lying.
I don't know why you're getting on me about this, but
it's again, I apologize. I'm not trying to get on you. It's the exasperation, largely with liberals.
I think the reason why Tim is exasperated is very justified, even though I think it's a bad way to communicate because it can make people think that you're unhinged. I think that he's doing the same. I think Destiny does the same thing too. Destiny can sometimes Destiny can sometimes make a really good point, but he's communicating in a way that's aggro and it puts people against him. But I'm not, and also like, I don't want to shit on Tim. I'm not shitting on Tim. I'm just talking about this from like my third party perspective. But anyway, that's fair. I'm trying to be fair. I think Tim is really exasperated and frustrated because Adam is a very outspoken progressive voice. He's been on Joe Rogan, and he also embarrassed himself, in my opinion, on Joe Rogan as well. Adam is the one that, I'll go ahead and I'll pull this up with Joe Rogan.
Child's body, that's a choice. Choosing to add hormones to a child's body, that's a choice.
This is him defending kids being trans.
It's a choice on the choice on the part of the parent. It's not a choice on the part of the child to like in the same way that being gay isn't a choice. Yeah.
Okay, but if that's who they are, if they think that they're a girl, why do you have to give them hormones to make them more of a girl?
Because I'm sorry. Can you expand on the question?
It's a simple question. If you say that the child thinks it's a girl, so you're going to give the child hormones. Mm-hmm. If the child thinks it's a girl, let it be a girl. Like, you don't have, why are you adding hormones? If you're shooting hormones into a child and you're affecting the child's development, you're saying that's not a choice. That's nonsense. Of course it's a choice. You're choosing to chemically change this child's body. You're choosing to inject things into this child's body on a regular basis that are going to radically affect the physical development of their body.
Yeah.
And you're saying that this isn't a choice. Choosing
Yeah. So let's see if there's any more of this.
Of their body.
Yeah.
And you're saying that
Is this the same one? Yeah, it might just be the same one. But anyway, this is the same guy, okay? This is the exact same guy. So I think he needs to stop going on podcasts. I mean, honestly,
Bro,
it just
Donald
doesn't
Trump-
it doesn't work very well for him. It's not helping him. It's not working, right? And so anyway, yeah, the dude's a loony. Yeah, it makes him look bad, and it clearly does. He's a sleazeball. Clout is clout. Well, this isn't helping him. That's the problem, is that it's not helping him at all.
That is the effect of the speech. So you think that whether you have free speech should be your words should be based on the moral worldview of the argument.
So to understand
certain
your view of
arguments-
what free speech means, I'm asking you a question. If somebody says explicitly, you right now commit crime to that person, is that free speech?
Someone says you right now commit crime to that person, and what do they do it?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm not a free speech scholar, but like, that is, yeah, there's probably be legal consequences for that free speech.
It is illegal to do that.
That is.
See, like, bro, you can see, right? Is all of these people are the exact same. They are all the exact same. The reason why they say, like, just give an answer. Dodge again, yes.
So my point is upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard.
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody. He could have enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says, "Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada, are you?
I just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics.
You wouldn't dare make fun of
Amsterdam.
Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well,
Asmon knows. He knows. He got him.
Uh-oh.
He got him. Asmongold he sees it. He knows what's happening.
The thing is, there is a good answer to this, by the way. There is a good answer to this. Adam doesn't have that answer. But there it is. No, there isn't? Well, no, I think that there is a unspoken rule in politics that you don't make fun of cultures that you don't understand. Like, for example, it's okay for people to go and make jokes about their own race or their own culture, but not make jokes about other races and other cultures. If I said that, and I think that's very fair. That would have been very fair for him to say that. He wouldn't know that? Yeah. Who says we don't understand it? Well, sorry, not understand. Understand's a bad word that you're not a part of. So, for example, I make jokes all the time about how annoying upper middle class white liberals are. That would come off very differently if I was a different race. People would complain about me saying that all the time if I wasn't white. That's the truth. And they would be getting mad. No, you're gaslighting? No, I'm not. George Carlin said this 50 years ago.
Don't have any jokes.
No, they wouldn't. What do you mean? Everybody got furious at Bruce for calling white people crackers. They got mad at Hassan for saying it. And they got mad for Frogan for saying it. But whenever I said I went to Cracker Barrel, and yeah, that sure is true, I didn't get people mad at me because I'm white. That's the truth. Like, my point is that Adam has a good argument against this, but he doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. And that's it. And it's because he doesn't think like me. He's not thinking like I'm thinking. He's a fucking retard.
about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games for raping little girls. Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't you?
I like how he acts like, oh, wait, what? There's no way. Wait, what do you mean?
Go to the UK and make jokes about Islam.
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
I don't think it's very funny.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you.
I'm so confused.
Are
I'm so
there jokes that can be
confused.
made about Islam? Yes or no?
Wait, I don't
Yes
want
or no?
What's he talking about?
Uh-oh, bro.
Well, it's
See, this is what I was saying, is that, like...
It's what we were talking about earlier. We watched a little clip of this when I was going through some of the Instagram slop, but essentially they gotten to a point now where they were talking about, Adam said that he had toured the UK and toured around Europe and had made fun of their governments and all that. Kind of just exploring ideas about, both of them, about free speech, just kind of bouncing ideas back and forward, but... Then Tim Pool comes in and says, okay, yeah, so you're going to tell me that you'd go over to the UK and mock the prophet? You're going to mock Islam? Is that something you're going to do? Because nobody thinks you're going to do that. And, what this guy should have said was something like, that's just not my lane. I don't touch on religion with comedy. Or he could have said something like, hey, Tim, you sound pretty bigoted by saying stuff like that. He could have said anything that would have made more sense than to say something like, oh, I just don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm so confused, about the grooming gangs or the problems that the UK is having or whatever. He's just completely dismissing this idea that it's pretty common knowledge what's going on over there. If you follow politics. If you don't follow politics, then you probably don't know what's going on over there. And Temple's calling him out on it, basically. I told Casey about the Great Gains. He wouldn't believe me because how can I do something like that and protected a white majority government? He wouldn't believe it. I think he still doesn't. He never focused on the word grooming and the content. Oh, that'd be interesting. I'd be curious to talk to him about that one. Does he not think that happened? I mean, you just type in Rotherham. Actually type in any town really in the UK and you're going to find a story about it. But Rotherham, I think, was the biggest example. But yeah, if Casey is coming from the perspective of thinking that it didn't happen, I'd be curious to know why he thinks that. Mocking the prophet is not comedy in itself. Just mockery is not comedy. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But you can build comedy around that concept. It's just nobody does it because they know they're going to get their fucking head chopped off. Yeah.
People like Adam can only exist in a safe space where only people like Adam exist. They cannot exist in a free marketplace of ideas.
I don't want to go to
Are you
this
scared?
particular rabbit hole.
No. You're terrified. You're a hypocrite.
Of course he is. Yeah, he is.
What?
Are there jokes you can make?
He is. And I completely support Tim on this. 100%. Tim is completely right on
Imagine my shock.
About Islam. Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
I'm really baffled.
Come on.
Yeah?
I'm terrified of this subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs.
So why wouldn't he just use that as an excuse and say, yeah, I'm not going to make a joke over there because it'd put me in jail? That would be a perfect excuse, and I would say, okay.
Yeah, just say anything. Say anything other than pretending like you don't understand.
Stop going to these podcasts. He has to stop doing this. Like, just stop doing this to yourself. Why are you hitting yourself? Stop hitting yourself.
There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim, and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff, because you will not go to a foreign country and, in violation of their laws, speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
He doesn't understand. So it's crazy how 9. People say 9, 12. I don't know. What happened in the year, what was it, 400 or 1400 like AD? I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? And so, like, was it 16? Damn, I was fucking off on that. The 600? Yeah, okay, all right, that's 600. And anyway, fuck, I lost my train of thought because okay. Anyway, it's very obvious that the reason why he's not doing it, right? It's very, very obvious.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion?
Yeah, every time that a hypocrisy is brought up, he immediately acts like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. He's confused. So he simultaneously knows everything whenever he's talking about things that make him look smart, and he doesn't know anything whenever he's talking about things that make him look stupid. Isn't that convenient?
That in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam specifically. I'd like to return to
okay, it's because you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it. And you said you're a comedian, and and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK. And I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey? Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
What is he lying about? Relax. He looks weak in the face of accusations. Yeah, look, he could, like I said, he could have said anything. Even if he wanted to call Tim Pool a bigot for bringing that up, that would even be better than just pretending like he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, just say, like, to sit there and be like, I'm just so baffled and I'm so confused. I mean, no, you're not. We know, and nobody believes it. You know, just call him a bigot. That would be better. That would be better than trying to fucking sit here and act like you don't know what's being said to you.
I mean, if I have a joke to make, sure. I don't have a joke.
No, because you're not going to. Why not say that you're not a martyr and you don't want to go to jail for breaking the law? That's totally.
What about that? Is he lying about? Do you not think that happened?
Fair, just fucking say. How can you be so fake and you have so many get out of jail free cards that are so obvious? Like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, let me just go somewhere and break the law and get in trouble to prove a point to you for $10,000. This is the dumbest premise ever. And you
insinuation it's a Muslim thing. Okay. Let's say I said that was fair. Let's say I agreed with you. What if he insinuated that it was a Pakistani thing or a Bengali thing? Would that be an inaccurate insinuation?
Just own it. Like, holy fuck! Like, this is crazy.
About those particular topics,
you would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about.
Oh yeah, sure. I would try to do the best I can. I always try to poke the bear as much as I can. It's part of the job of a comedian. Because
it's just always convenient that you never poke the bear that can bite back, or the bear that is not politically acceptable to poke. That's the problem. It's always nice to make these statements like, oh, I like to poke the bear, but you're not poking the bear. You're poking a tree.
As it pertains to one of the world's largest religions, I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently. All right. So look, hey man, I'm a free speech guy.
Just stop going on podcasts, man. Just stop. Yes. I mean, just stop going on the shows, man. Like, this isn't really, you're not helping yourself out. I mean, let me see if there's any more of these examples here.
justification.
Don't agree to think.
Do you,
Okay.
Tim Pool, believe that?
Okay, well at least we agree on that. I think English girls are I've seen some of the testimony. Some of the Pakistani Muslims are, or any other ethnic group, does not commit more crimes than the average. To suggest otherwise is obviously a racist trope. Well, I don't know the numbers on that one. I'll rely on Shang and Conrad to fight you on that. Shang and Conrad will probably weigh in on whether the numbers are right there. I don't know about those situations, but Relax is trolling. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm getting the sense that Relax is not trolling.
That as a moral issue, as a practical issue, do you think that America should be a country in which every foreign national in the country should feel that they should never speak about American politics under pain of legal punishment?
No.
You don't think that that's...
Well,
you
that's
don't agree with that?
you presented me an absolute. Right? You gave me the extreme end.
Okay, so Rumesa Öztürk, I think, is a really illustrative example because it was
Foreign
such a
nationals
mild
should understand
version.
that they've made an agreement upon entering this country that if they are in violation of the terms of their visa, it may be revoked. If they come here with the intent of advocating against U.S. foreign policy, that is a consequence. Speech has consequences. I think we're getting hung up on the issue that I've clearly answered, and I understand maybe you don't understand, but...
Yeah, I agree with Tim about this. We don't need foreign agitators. Yep, we don't need it.
Why won't you go to the UK?
Let's see if there's any more examples of this.
I think the issue is, the saying has been for a long time that the left takes Trump literally but not seriously, and the right takes him seriously but not literally. So the question is, what does that mean? Like, the question is, what's going to happen from Trump's directive? You can't tariff a movie. How? However, he can find ways to penalize offshoring of CGI or choosing to film Chicago, but in Vancouver.
But he's not going to do that because he doesn't have coherent policy about literally anything. Even tariffs, the one thing that he the regular tariffs, right? The one thing he really cares about, he's just fucking winging it, like saying random shit, doing math that doesn't make any sense, making deals, canceling deals, like just causing chaos because he has the attention span of a gnat. The reciprocal tariff stuff where they did it based on the trade deficit and all that shit.
But it was on the chart.
Forgotten again.
The chart said
you're going to stump for the chart. You're going to back up the chart.
Well, you're arguing they didn't argue a thing that was literally on the picture they showed.
Oh yeah. The math was very dumb.
The math they presented said including trade imbalance and things like that.
Yeah.
So
it said including trade imbalances and other types of structural disadvantages. That's what it said.
Like they said, here's our and then someone did the math and they were like,
Were
he
you
basically took existing
crowd?
tariffs and then added in the trade deficit.
I guess it depends. Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think the more of a citizen you are, the less deported you should be. It's interesting. I don't know because, there was an example. There was an example that came up. I forget what the context was. I think it might have actually been on the Whatever podcast. I think it was. I think Andrew Wilson was talking to this girl who was an American citizen, but she has her allegiance and her family's from Mexico. And one of the things he was asking her was don't you think that, if the United States went to war with Mexico, where would your allegiance be? And she was like, oh, I can't imagine a world where I wouldn't be supporting Mexico. And then he was like, you see why that might be a problem? You see why that might be a problem in the United States as a citizen? Forget being a citizen. What about people who aren't citizens? Is that something that we need? I mean, forget the free speech angle. What about if you actually are some kind of foreign agent? How do we know you're not a foreign agent? If we go to war with another country and you support the other country and you're a citizen of this country, okay, well at least you have free speech. At least you have some constitutional rights to lean on with your citizenship. But if you're not a citizen, in a situation like that, I'd be like, see you later, see you later. Now, we're not at war with Israel, so I don't know where that goes. But suffice to say, if you're a guest in this country and you don't have any kind of green card or whatever, I'm probably still not okay with it, but I'm more okay with it then than I would be if we were actually deporting citizens, having this kind of opinion. So I don't know. It's not something I've really thought about. I'd have to fucking marinate on that one for a bit. I know it came up a lot in the past month or two with that fucking kid from Colombia that got snatched up. I don't think that guy should have gotten snatched up. From what I understand, that guy was a green card holder. And you're allowed to be critical of your government. I don't know. That's a tricky area. I'm curious. I'd be curious to know what Casey and NOK think about that one. I'm pretty sure. I think I know where NOK is on that one. Casey probably too. You're just thinking out loud. Me? Yeah. What are you suggesting? I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah. I'm not. Look, you guys have fucking way more intellectual infrastructure and bandwidth in your fucking right pinky nail than I do. Okay, I'm a fucking normie, just fucking chill American dude that fucking dabbles in politics here. I'm not a brainiac. You guys are much smarter than me on this kind of stuff. So I wouldn't know. Like it took me a while to add some more layers of nuance to my general stance on Israel-Palestine, but that's after having had conversations with people about it, and just absorbing some of the content that's out there. So it takes me a while to get to land on something, but I wouldn't be able to just land on something right now. Ultimately, I'm just like, I'd be siding on the side of free speech. But that conversation that Andrew Wilson had with that guest on the whatever podcast about allegiance and, whether or not the United States was at war with another country where, if somebody said their allegiance, if we went to war with Mexico and I asked you what your allegiance is and you say to me, well, I can't imagine a world where I'm not siding with Mexico, then that makes me think differently about it. I'm not saying you don't deserve constitutional rights or anything, but, if that happened en masse during a war effort, I wonder what kind of impact that would have. So I don't know. There's a couple things to consider, but I haven't really landed on something with that one. Whatever happened to freedom of speech, the free speech warriors? Yeah, no, I mean that's basically where I'm at. I'm in the neighborhood of free speech on this topic here. I think there might be some scenarios where I could be convinced that I don't know about deportation, maybe detainment, maybe detainment might be a viable option. It would just depend on the political climate and national security and all kinds of stuff that I just really can't I don't have the bandwidth to comment on. All the hogs were talking Civil War when Biden was in power. That's Tim Pool. Yeah. Yeah, Conrad, I don't think that Relax is trolling. I do think that Relax is coming from this perspective unironically. So you might have to do some battle. Ask this question like people can come from abroad and become U.S. citizen, and we really going to say that there are never going to be any mistakes made, citizenship can be taken away? Yeah. All right, we're almost done with this one, so I got like 6 or 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. And wow. And there it is. It should have just, what was this here? And I kept bringing up the non-monetary barriers. Yes, the non-monetary barriers. And that's it. And so let's go back. We'll look at like maybe 1 or 2 more of these. Then there's some other stuff that I want to look at. But yeah, anyway, Adam does look like in my opinion, I think he looks like a fucking moron. Absolute fucking moron.
The claim about a threat to our national security is grossly overestimated. The claim that these people have adhered to Hamas is grossly overestimated. That being said, it is still completely legal in that an individual who comes here on a conditional visa not violate the conditions of that visa.
Sure.
So it's legal.
But dude, I'm asking you, like, do you think it's good for America that, like, college students who are here on a student visa because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done? Sure, it's narrowly.
Yes.
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 He just goes, yes.
Yep. Because they're doing it in support of a terrorist organization. They're actively disrupting the school. And in a lot of cases, they're breaking the law. If these three things weren't happening, then the answer would not be yes. But usually they are, so the answer is yes.
Legal, but like, you know, she's being put in a prison, and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you
huge W, do it again.
Think that's good for America? Like,
yes, absolutely. Get foreign agitators out of our fucking country. You can't vote here. I don't want to have you protesting and breaking laws here either. Get the fuck out.
Like, this is okay. So you know,
oh my God.
Absolutely.
You think what do you think is good, even marginally? Like, what's the
ban free speech? I don't consider people that are not citizens to have the full rights of free speech. I don't think that the Constitution should apply to people who aren't citizens. Why not? Because I just don't think it should. That's why. It's the American Constitution. They're not Americans. It's simple.
Minor, small benefit to America.
Do not come to our country and rally against it and its interests.
Yeah.
I apply this too.
So what is the U.S. interest that her writing an op-ed?
Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal?
Right.
Let's see if there's any more of these. I think this is the other one. If there's any more of these. Okay, here we go. And this is more him talking. It's not simple because non-Americans can be slaves under that point of view. No, that's not true because owning a slave is also illegal. That's just like, I understand that, like, you might think that that was like a clever gotcha, but it's not.
You know, a deep down American value is our belief in hard work. We are told as children that if you just work hard enough, if you make the right moves at the job, you can improve your lot in life and be anything you want to be.
Yes.
But in recent years, a lot of us have started to realize that that is, simply put, a fucking lie. The machinery of social mobility has...
The problem is that there is a degree of this that's true, but people like Adam, and this is the biggest problem with people like Adam, is that they have some ideals that I agree with, and this is why I'm the most critical of people like Adam, is that to a degree, what he's saying is true. But to a degree also, and I think a larger degree, what he is saying is not true.
Broken down in America because more American workers are more productive than ever. But most of the gains in our economy for the last 40 years have gone only to those at the top.
And this is why it's so disappointing to see people like Adam try to stump for giving children puberty blockers and supporting Hamas and what was the other one? Oh, right. Like, lying about like Trump saying things, is that there are a number of things that he's saying like this that I agree with. But the problem is that this is what, like, you just destroy all credibility whenever you say something like the earth is flat or like children should take puberty blockers. I don't know which one's
wages for
dumber.
regular workers, the people working our asses off every single day, have not kept pace. You know, it can be hard to imagine making a better life for your family when the top 10% of households in this country hold 2/3 of the wealth. And that is why so many of us feel that American value of hard work is bullshit, that we are just treading water no matter how hard we try.
So this is the type of stuff that people like this push, and it is it's very disappointing. And you can see again that people like this do it. Let me see. Is this what it is?
I don't know what that means.
We'll watch one more, and then we're gonna move on. Let's see here. Why is he changing topics? Wait, which topic? What do you mean? He's literally rich saying that? Well, of course he is.
Correction, it wasn't particularly over racial issues. I don't know what that means.
You love Trump so much. It's funny you're pulling up his awards.
I don't know how you think I
he's won so many racial awards.
I think it's weird that you think I love Trump.
I mean, you're here talking.
It's crazy how it's crazy how dishonest these people are, isn't it? It's actually insane. It's almost like a programming. Yeah, it's like the same dishonest bullshit. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
About how great his approval numbers are. Like
that's a fact. That's a fact statement.
Your YouTube headlines are all like Trump is crushing. His numbers are up. Well, you know, and the rest of the press is like his numbers are down. And
I never said his numbers were up. I literally just told you right now because of the tariffs, his numbers have gone down.
Dude, look.
I went on Piers Morgan and said Trump's approval is absolutely down. And I said you don't got to look at corporate press. Take a look at Rasmussen. They love Trump and they have Trump down 4 points.
Let me ask you something.
I don't think you watch my show.
I don't watch it that much. But I've looked at like your YouTube headlines.
We've never said. Correction, it wasn't.
Right. Yeah. I read the headline and that's what it said. Yeah, it's some high school teenager passive aggressive stuff. Well, has it ever occurred to you that maybe that's part of the underlying reason why I think that we shouldn't let kids get on the internet? Has that ever occurred to you that maybe is all of this coming together? Because I understand this is the economy for that kind of stuff. Let me go back. I gotta use the bathroom and then we'll look at it. We just spectrum on some shit. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
All right. I'm glad you self-identify as a bigot. See, this is what I live for. I live for the moments where the chat is going off on each other. This is it. It's Relax versus the world right now. I know you guys. Here's the thing. Okay, you got to give Relax credit. He's got Conrad coming at him from one angle. He's got Shane coming in from the other angle. You know, if we had like Nader and Aristotle and a couple other people, I would give an award to Relax. You know. Half hour? What is it about? What's it about? Is it like fucking super like monotone interview or what? Or is it the Mia Khalifa one you're talking about? Is it the World War II consensus? Okay, let's see. This will probably get Relax riled up too. So, let's go.
This is Jonathan Peugeot. Welcome to the symbolic world.
Oh, is he just talking into the camera the entire time? Oh man. It better be fucking super entertaining, dude, because this is one of those videos where it's just somebody talking into a camera. Sometimes that anytime I put on a video where someone's just talking into a camera, fucking viewership drops like in half instantly. So this better be fucking good, all right? If it's not, I'm cutting it off. All right.
So several years ago, I coined this frame, Watch the Fool. And, the purpose of saying that, I think I said that in 2017, maybe, or maybe 2018, I'm not sure. And so when I started saying that, what I wanted...
You should pity these fools. I said, prove any of the hateful shit you're accusing people of, and they both pissed themselves. I doubt that Conrad and Shang are pissing themselves right now.
Wanted people to be able to do is to watch The Fool, especially in a world that was topsy-turvy and upside down, because this is a way that my brother Mathieu frames it, is that when the world is upside down, the Fool is the one that
I know.
in some ways...
Look, everybody's got a video. Fucking, like, I get loaded up with videos every time I fucking start a stream. It's like, hey, watch my video. Somebody else, watch my video. Hey, somebody else, watch my video. 3 hours later, I haven't watched anything I wanted to watch. How long is the one you want to watch here? $25 minutes? Somebody talking into a microphone the entire time? Yeah, look, Conrad beat you to the punch on this one, so I'm gonna have to fucking... The Machiavelli's on the back burner right now, Malibu. All right.
Can give you a sign of what is coming.
Although I will say, if this one's not hitting the mark in terms of fucking wow factor, we might just move on to yours. But anytime, if you give me a video, if it's just a guy talking into a mic, looking at a camera the entire time, and there's no flashy images or anything or segues into different scenes or something, and it's just that, and we're just supposed to like turn on our brains and fucking think a lot for a fucking half an hour. Then we're like really flipping the coin here on whether or not the attention span's gonna hold. Right? Conrad gives me a video of somebody talking into a mic, looking into a camera for half an hour. You give me a video of somebody talking into a mic, looking at a camera for half an hour. That's an hour right there of just two people looking into a fucking mic, looking into a camera. Right, super coin flip here. It could go either way, Let me link a leftist video. Go for it. Join the Discord. There's a link like right above you. Just scroll up a little bit. You'll see the link. All the channels are closed right now. They're down for maintenance because somebody came in and fucking put a bunch of stuff they shouldn't have. But there's one channel that's open. It says links for Legate, and you could drop whatever you want in there. I'm sure whatever leftoid buzzwords that you want to throw around apply to me. I won't dispute that.
In some ways, restore the world, restore the world right side up. Now, when you say right side up, it doesn't mean, it's not a question of morals. It's a question of a return to order, right?
Yeah.
How, in some ways, the
return to
madness
order
of the moment in the Fool is kind of joking and turning. And at the end, he becomes a victim of his own ploy, and then he kind of almost inadvertently restores things in the right side up, okay? So I started saying that a while ago in 2019 when I saw that, I think it was 2018 or 2019 when our certain Kanye West put out an album called Jesus is King. I kind of could tell, and I've been telling people to watch this particular person because he's like a weird tuning fork. He's someone who catches what is coming. He's a kind of inadvertent mystic, you could say. He's able to, I don't think he does it on purpose, but he kind of is able to sense what is happening and sense what is coming in the future, and is manifesting it usually in a rather contradictory way, but nonetheless, this is how his life seems to proceed. It doesn't seem to always be good for his own soul, but if you watch him, you can kind of see what's coming. And so, in 2018, 2019, he put out this album, Jesus is King, and he kind of converted to Christianity for a short time, I guess. And you could know by watching that to see that there were some things happening, and it kind of foretold or showed us that there would be a resurgence of Christianity, which happened during COVID and has been happening ever since. And so we've kind of seen the growth of the traditional churches, especially Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. I think it's happening in kind of more traditional Protestant churches as well. But, you know, although you could say the general statistics is still of decline of participation in the church, there's a counter move, which is that young people are coming back and young people are coming into the church in droves, right? My church is bursting at the seams.
I will say this, yeah, I've noticed it. I had this conversation with NOK not too long ago, where I forget what the main topic was, but one of the things that came up is whether or not people are becoming more religious nowadays. And I was arguing that people were. I think we've just become too comfortable with this idea of, like, in the modern age, people have just become more and more secular over time, which I do think is true, and that includes myself. But, you know, I can even speak, you know, just, you know, anecdotally, I've watched my family go from, you know, we all grew up Catholic, but, you know, we weren't practicing in our adult years, basically. And then my dad became reborn. My brother and my sister-in-law became reborn. And I also see, like, a lot of people really digging the, you know, Orthodox Catholic aesthetic online, and basically slowly over time converting to the more traditional versions of Christianity. So I'm wondering, like, you know, what's up, Krill? How you doing? I am wondering whether or not religion's picking up some steam nowadays. Religion needs to go. Some religions need to go away, that's for sure. Like starseedism. I'm sure nobody takes that shit seriously. I'm probably the only person that takes starseedism seriously, but all that starseed shit, that needs to go away. That needs to go away ASAP, bro. Nobody's going to church. Young people are stupider and more racist, but ain't nobody going to church. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, so for example, you know, like my brother, he became reborn. Actually, this applies to all my dad, my brother, and my sister-in-law. They all became reborn basically since COVID. And when I say reborn, I mean fucking reborn, like flat Earth, like fucking dinosaurs weren't real, like that kind of stuff, like really reborn. But they don't go to church, but they're super devout. They're super devout. Like, they pray all the time and they read the Bible all the time, but they just don't go to church because they think that all the churches they find aren't good enough. You know, they're like, the pastor is too woke, or the music is crap because it's like fucking anti-God or whatever. They just find all kinds of reasons to just not go to some of these churches. So I guess I could agree with you there in the sense that they're not going to church, but it doesn't matter. I mean, if they're becoming more, the question is, are they becoming more religious?
With new converts. This is happening all over America. And so he, despite himself, was able to kind of perceive that in his move. And so now he's gone in a whole other direction for, I think, a year now. I don't follow him that closely anymore because it's a little scary. He has even more than a year now. He's kind of started to manifest a kind of Nazi fetish where he is bringing back all that imagery, bringing back the swastika, and is bringing back Nazi imagery. He's also is bringing back kind of KKK imagery and this kind of weird imagery. But as usual, he's doing it in a absolutely contradictory way. In some ways, I keep thinking that Kanye West is 4chan's final form, or maybe like Pepe's final form, because he is doing it, and people can't see the contradiction, which is kind of funny. In the same way that people couldn't see the contradiction in Pepe, they only see the side that they want to see. They only see the side that is kind of salient to them, and they can't see that it's always proposed as a contradiction. His latest song which I won't even say the words because it's, it's like, you can look it up. It's a song that let's say calls upon a certain German chancellor, but in the song, the way the song goes is that he uses a racial slur against black people, like calling black people to recognize the German chancellor. And so everybody is saying, don't you see that Hitler would have hated?
They don't understand the words I say on Twitter.
Black people, and it's like, you don't understand the contradiction. You can't see that everything about this man manifested itself in a contradiction. And like I said, not to the benefit of his soul. It feels like he's being ripped apart. But if you watch, you can kind of see that this is happening, and it's happening in conjunction with a whole lot of other things that are showing us what is coming, that are showing us what is happening to us. And, I didn't really want to make this video, but it feels like things are becoming so confused. People are so confused to watch what's going on that they are struggling to understand. And so I guess we have to talk about it. What is happening? So this has been going on for a little while in little doses, but now things are kind of getting bigger and bigger, and it's inevitable. All worlds are based on a kind of sacred origin. Every world has a kind of foundation and a foundation myth on which it is based. That foundation myth, what it does is it casts the light on the world. It kind of structures the world. It gives you a frame, tells you who the good guys are, tells you who the bad guys are, tells you what's important. Also frames space, right? Kind of stabilizes space for a while. And our world is based on World War II. And I think that I don't have to explain that. Everybody kind of knows. Our geopolitical world is based on World War II. The way that we understand ourselves is based on World War II. The hierarchy of values that we have is based on World War II. All of this, right? World War II is a kind of foundation myth for our world today. Now, it played an important role in kind of holding us together. It had its heroes. It had its you could say, its principalities. And it had its enemies, it had its devils, and it held the world and created prosperity for quite a long time. It kind of stabilized things. Now, the thing about foundation myths, or you could say small foundation myths, is that there's always a sin that's hidden in the foundation myth. There's always something because the world, these small worlds that we participate in, right? These small stories that we participate in, they're not the full thing. They're not the full world. They in order to be coherent, they can't be complete. And so because of that, they have to push things into the margins, and they have to push things outside, you could say, so that they become blind spots and they become kind of monsters hiding in the corners that we try to push back, we try to ignore, we try to fight, but we nonetheless have to do that. And I want to be careful that you understand that this is inevitable. Like, this is something that all worlds do. There's no way around it. And this is something that we did at the end of World War II. And so World War II presents itself as a kind of victory of good over evil, as an establishing of a kind of world peace that is going to last. But it also has a kind of secret. And if you think about it, you know the secret. When you grew up, you were told, we won World War II, we beat the bad guys. It was a moment of victory of good over evil. And that's that, right? And it established the world. It established the world moving towards democracy and moving towards a kind of, a global vision of peace and all of that, right? It's in the wake of World War II that we coined the end of history idea, that now history is over and that the tensions of history are over. Of course, that's all impossible. We're not going to reach the end of history, at least not because of World War II. And World War II, in order to hold the stability of things together, had in it a kind of dark secret. Right, and the dark secret is that who won World War II? Did the good guys win World War II? The reality of the war is that we, in order to beat a very, very bad person and a very, very bad thing that was happening in Germany and that was spreading across the world and could have, let's say, brought the world into a form of tyranny, we had to ally ourselves with a tyrant, with a horrible person, in order to do that. And then what we did is we handed half of Europe to that evil person. And the level of torture and of people being imprisoned, either, whether it's in Romania or in the Gulag or in all of these communist countries, is horrible. The stories are absolutely horrible. And so, we kind of, in the general parlance, we tend to hide that aspect of the story in order to establish order. And so I want to be careful. I want to be careful and does not say that there's necessarily it's necessarily of ill intent that we hide that, but it is almost necessary in order to establish a kind of order. And so you have a good guy and a bad guy. And, and for all intents and purposes, the bad guy is Hitler, and Hitler is a devil. Like, Hitler is the devil of our world. Those two words are interchangeable. If you want to say that someone is the worst thing in the world, that's what you do. You call them Hitler. That's how you characterize it. It's even worse than calling someone the devil, actually. Calling someone Hitler is worse than calling them a devil. That's how much Hitler has become the devil for our current world. But there's an issue, right? It's that you could say it this way, is that this story, this myth, it has an expiration date, right? It can hold the world together for a certain amount of time, but at some point it will stop holding the world together. Now, the question is, that expiration date, we don't know when it is, but the countdown to that expiration date started at the end of World War II. And there's no way for World War II to hold the narrative of the world together forever. And you understand that, whatever you think, I hope you can understand that it is impossible.
That's an interesting point. That sounds exactly what's happening right now. I mean, if you have black people out there making, Heil Mustache Man songs, it does sound like that narrative is just like kind of dissolving. It'd be one thing if it was like ironic or comedic or something, but I mean, like, Kanye has taken this thing so far that I think it's beyond the point. It's definitely beyond this point of like it being possibly a joke, Either that or he's the biggest troll that ever lived,
Possible for that story to kind of be the narrative, let's say,
Kanye's
the
sick.
narrative underlying pattern of reality forever. And it is also impossible for Hitler to...
What do you mean, Helgen? Do you mean like Kanye is sick? Like, yo, Kanye is sick, bro? Or do you mean like Kanye is mentally not well? Like, which one do you mean there? Kanye's lost billions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally, yeah.
Remain the devil of the world forever, because although he is a horrible, evil person, he is not worse than the devil. He is much less worse than the devil. And he cannot play that role of being worse than the devil and being the devil forever. And so there was a time when that would expire. And so anybody who knows how stories function and anybody who knows how stories kind of capture the worlds and run through them, knew or knows that at some point that structure is going to come apart, and some new structure or a new story will establish itself. I have intuited this a very long time ago, a very, very long time ago. And I have said many times, I might even have said it on a video, I've said it in private, is that when the last people that were alive during World War II die, the memory, you could call it, the memory of that story will start to fade. And that will have major consequences on our world, because the story holding the world together is indistinguishable from memory. That is, if we remember the story, then that story has a hold on us. But if we forget the story or the
Well, I mean, so relax. You know, like, do you come from the perspective of like, you know, people of color can't be racist? What's your opinion on that? Is it like only white people can be racist, or what's the deal? I don't like this whole definition of, you know, it's like power plus prejudice or whatever, because if I said a slur right now, somebody out there would call me racist, and then I'd be like, okay, well, there's certainly prejudice there, but where's the power? You know, where's the systemic power of me saying a slur and you calling it racist? You know. Also, keep in mind, relax, I'm not a fan of slurs. Most people out there know that I'm not a fan of slurs, so I'm not advocating for slurs here, okay? I'm just saying, if I said a slur, somebody would call me racist. But then they would also say that their definition is power plus prejudice. And I can guarantee you I don't have any fucking power. So, you know, I'm curious to, like, what are you saying on that? Edward's probably the single most disempowering word of white, right? Yeah, definitely. People of color can be racist. Look at Clandis Owens. Bro really said Clandis Owens. I've never heard that before. That's amazing. Clandis Owens. Oh, man. I love that definition of communist black. He can't be racist against systemically powerful Jewish people. There you go. Interesting, yeah. Kanye flipped the script on everybody. Okay, but relax. Do you subscribe to this idea of like power plus prejudice? Like, is racism only essentially systemic, or do you think it could be more just kind of like on the ground level? You know, racism is just more how we interact versus, you know, how tall they built the highway because it separated the buses from one town to the other, or whatever the argument is there. You know, I know there's like redlining arguments and stuff like that. You're supposed to say Clandis Owens. Yeah, I've never heard that before. It's crazy.
The reason for the story,
it's both?
You could
Okay.
say, then at some point the story starts to break down. And you could say that what we're seeing happening now all over around us is the breakdown of the World War II consensus. It's the breakdown of the hold that story has upon us. And it's something which it's not even a moral question, folks. It's just something that at some point was going to happen. The question is when it was going to happen. And we can see it kind of happening now, and it's happening in all kinds of guises. It's happening at all these different levels. It's happening in terms of the way that we view ourselves. It's happening in the way that politics is playing out, in the geopolitical vision of the map even, and how and what are the axes that are holding things together? What are the alliances that are holding the world together? All of these are shaking right now. And people are kind of playing through this breakdown. There are, of course, people that are going to try to save it, you know, but the problem is that in trying to save it, you can extend it for a little while, but there is a time in which it's going to fail you, because the story of World War II is not sufficient to hold the world together, because all sacred stories have taboos, they have sacred places, they have, certain things that you're not allowed to touch, because if you touch them, you make everything shake. And that is what's happening now, right? The entire story of the whole Douglas Murray and Joe Rogan discussions, the Daryl Cooper situation, the Tucker Carlson situation, the Crisis King question, everything is kind of shaking that story, and one of the things that we notice, and it's important to notice it to kind of understand also why things are shaking the way they are, is because of the taboo of the end of the war, because it created a taboo and it created a kind of secret. You could say that the secret, it's not a secret, but the deal that we made with Stalin in order to win World War II created a pattern, created a form that led the world. What do I mean by that? Which is, it means that, my friend, you've heard my friend Jordan Peterson, I've heard him several times, when, saying, why do communists get a pass in the West? Why is it that, the fascists and the Nazis are the devil and absolute evil, and you can't invoke any of their imagery? And not only can you not invoke any of their imagery, but if anyone is able to link anything you say through 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, as many steps as you need, to fascism or to Nazi imagery, even if it's not directly, even if it's like this person met this.
I mean, here, all right, so relax. Are you okay with deportations at all? Like, what would be some scenarios where you would be like, okay, that seems reasonable, let's deport them? Is there any that exist? I'm not saying like particularly with the pro-Palestinian college students. I'm saying in general, are you okay with deportations?
This person met this person, therefore you can't. This first person he talked about, you can't mention them because they knew someone who knew someone who knew someone who was a Nazi. It's like, why is it that strong? And the communists get a total pass. Why is it that the communists, their intellectuals fill the universities? Why is it that, even in terms of imagery, think about the trucker protest in Canada was a great example. In the actual trucker protest, someone came to the protest and brought a Nazi flag. And the person, it seems like the person was actually some kind of Fed, was actually a policeman or some kind of infiltrator that was there to bring that flag into the protest so that the media could talk about it nonstop every day until the end of the protest. And even though the people in the protest told him to leave, got angry with this person, and he finally had to leave because people around him were getting aggressive about him holding that flag. It doesn't matter. The simple touching, the infection of being connected to that imagery was enough so that the main story that the media went with was saying they're all Nazis, right? But in the counter protest of the trucker protest, they had communist flags.
Well, I think relax is, for as much as some people, including myself, might disagree with relax on a lot of things. I think at least relax has proved that they, I don't know your gender, so I'm not going to hunt it down, but they seem at least kind of reasonable on some things. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I know you've had a lot, many battles here with Shang and Conrad over the course of the hour, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But deport PPG and cancel citizenship. Yeah, I'd be okay with that one. He fucking, yeah. I'll never forget. I think one of the funnest questions I ever asked PPG was, if you could get rid of the cartels right now, would you do it? And he said no, but then he stopped himself and he thought about it, and then 30 seconds later he said, "Okay, I would." And then but then he went on to say, "But it's really the CIA's fault because back in 1977, you don't understand. The fucking CIA, blah, 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 and the CIA, and the CIA, the CIA, the CIA, the CIA." It's like, okay, I get that the CIA does a lot of fucked up shit that probably shouldn't even exist, all right? But the cartels probably do a lot worse than the CIA ever did, man. And he would just kept going, and I'm like, but it sounds like you're just fucking defending the cartels, dude. Yeah, I'd be happy to deport. I would be happy to deport anybody that defended the cartels, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Around. They had literal communist flags in the counter-protest, even though the communists killed way more people than the Nazis killed, that the Gulag slaughtered more people, that the communists, although whether it's, if you join them all together, especially the Chinese, the Russians, the Vietnamese, Cambodians, like all of in Romania, in all the countries, if you bring it together, their level of sustained slaughter was much worse than the Nazis. Now, obviously, I'm not defending the Nazis. I'm not saying the Nazis are not as bad or whatever. That's not the point. The point is to see that why is it that that side is completely available, but the other side, if you're even touched by their imagery, you are completely destroyed. And that's because of the secret. It's because the secret of World War II. It's because we made a deal with Stalin in order to beat the Nazis. And because of that, there's a kind of taboo and there's a pass for our allies. And it just happens. It's not even anybody doing it on purpose. It just happens through natural narrative causes, you could say. And so we have this problem, right? And everybody has kind of experienced this problem, which is that identity itself, as time went on, identity itself, whether it's gender identity in terms of normal gender identity, whether it's national identity, whether it's ethnic identity, any kind of tribal identity, right, is in danger of being called the Nazi. Like that's how bad it was. And we've seen a kind of encroaching. Anybody who lives in the south of the United States will have seen this. One of the things that happened is that, for example, every image of the south of the United States is now equivalent to racism. And so no matter what it is, the Confederate flag, Confederate images, Confederate characters, all of these characters, because they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps removed from the sin of World War II, like the idea of how in the end what happened in World War II was an excess of tyranny and identity in the Germans, and we made a deal with the anti-identity. We made a deal with the communists that are kind of revolutionary identity. We made a deal with them in order to beat the tyranny of identity. Now everything that is associated with normal identity is associated with power. Anything that's associated with normal identity becomes associated with tyranny, and ultimately can be associated with Nazi. And so that's why there's this slide, and everybody's experienced that, and everybody has kind of seen that. Now, that is not a balance.
I mean, maybe, but I think there's probably some truth to what he's saying, but there's also the complete fucking just reckless abandon of the word. I mean, maybe he's talking about the concept broadly, but I mean, you have people like Vosh out there fucking saying the word Weimar every 2 seconds, like every fucking 2 seconds. So I'm wondering how much contribution. I'm wondering how much contribution, on the ground level, does people that use that word so fucking, just whatever, however they want, how much that actually contributes to what he's talking about here.
It's portrayal of reality, right? That can't hold, that cannot happen, because what you end up with is a rainbow tyranny, right? You end up with a kind of imposition of openness, right? Think of Justin Trudeau that says, openness is our only value, right? We post-national nations where we don't actually have a nation. We are just openness to the outside, and we need indefinite migration, and we need indefinite immigrants, because our identity is actually bad. We actually want, secretly, even knowingly or unknowingly, we want to destroy identities. We want the whole world to just be a giant soup that doesn't have identity. Right? Because of this, all of this, because of the myth of World War II, at first kind of holding the world together in a beautiful way, but then ultimately that story running its course, and you could say the side effects of the story, right? The negative aspects of the story started to play themselves out more and more and more and more and more and more. And now we end up in this problem. And now what we're going to see, the the breakdown of those taboos and the breakdown of those myths. And it's going to happen in all kinds of ways that are going to seem contradictory at the outset. But if you pay attention, you'll notice that that is what is going to happen nonstop. And even people who will hate each other will end up playing out the breakdown of the World War II consensus. Here's a simple example. A simple example to show you how it's not as simple as you think. So, right, Donald Trump is elected president. He decides that all of these national identities, all these kind of borders that exist, that they don't seem to matter to him. Like he just seems to think that he can redefine them however he wants, and has this kind of populist, stance, and he's being accused, of course, of being a Nazi. Obviously, that's how you do it. He's the devil. If he's bad, he's the devil. If he's the devil, then it's better to say he's the Nazi, to say that he's Hitler, rather than say that he is the devil. But that's playing out in a way that people don't expect, which is that in the actions that he's doing, and in saying to Canada, well, if you're a post-national nation and you don't have an identity, why are you opposed to just joining us? Like, why are you opposed to just being taken over? Because you keep saying that you don't have an identity. You've been saying that for 10 years. And so let's just take you in. I mean, you don't care, right? You're just about openness. And then the Canadians react and they're like, no, our nation, we are proud Canadians. We are proud nationalists. And it's like, oh my goodness. Like, can you see what's happening? Like, can you see that it's all playing out, that no matter what you do, that the breakdown is playing out? And so it's just important to kind of notice that. And so, and this is, of course, what Mr. West is manifesting in his own
Mr. West.
confusion, in the own kind of breakdown of his world, and in some ways in his desire to transgress every single boundary and transgress every single taboo. In his kind of clown contradiction, he is grasping to reassimilate the imagery of the World War II taboo, and it's happening in all kinds of chaotic ways. Like, it's not just him; it's happening all over the place.
Mr. West,
and it is in some ways an.
That's how like one of his songs starts off. It starts off with like Bernie Mac going like, "Mr. West, Mr. West, Mr. West," and it's like boom, 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 and then the piano comes in. I heard him say, "Nothing's ever promised tomorrow today." Man, I bang fucking old Kanye, bro. I even proved it. I even proved it on this stream where I fucking said, we went through like Kanye's whole fucking, discography basically, and I was just fucking. Not only could I recite Kanye West songs, but I even knew when the ends were dropping, so I could fucking bleep myself, basically. Mr. West. This slop only works on retards. Sorry if that's too crass. Like you have to be a Nazi to agree with this shit. Are you talking about what Jonathan Pego is saying here? Or are you talking to Conrad? Or Krail? Or Shang? Who are you talking to?
Extremely dangerous time. Because if we're not careful, obviously, we become, you could say, we become Satanists to our little story. That is that we naively embrace the opposite of the narrative. And we think, oh no, and you see it happening, right? You see all these morons that they're like, it's actually the Nazis that were right. And everything about them was right. And everything about what they were doing was right. And it's like, oh my goodness, it's so tedious and embarrassing, which is why I don't like to talk about it. But that's the danger of what's coming, is that there has to be a way to reintegrate this story in a manner that won't let all the demons out of hell, that won't let all the demons that are resentful and angry, that have come to realize, because they have no place in the current story, that the anti-story is actually the completely right one, that the anti-version of the story is the right one. They're for all intents and purposes, they're like that they World War II metalheads, right? World War II Satanists in that sense, where it's like the upside down story is the right one. But that is not the right way to go. There has to be a kind of reintegration so that we can come back to a type of synthesis. Now, I don't know how that reintegration happens. I don't know the way to do it. I don't think it's also my job to do that. But I'm just warning everyone that it is going to happen. And what I hope is that it happens in the least insane way, in a way that doesn't provoke just an anti-story, which is something that is definitely possible. Because there are some things, like a little example, like this is actually one of the best examples to kind of understand how at some point the story has, the myth has to kind of be reintegrated more completely into a bigger story, which is a good example of the swastika. It's like the swastika is the most ancient image. It's the most universal image, one of the most universal images that exists. It is found in every single culture. It is one of the oldest images. You find it in all over the world, in thousands and thousands of years ago, 4,000, 5,000 years before Christ. It's everywhere. You can find it in India, in South America. You can find it in European churches. You find it everywhere. And so the Nazis capture this image, right? And they use it for their diabolical purpose, But then what happens is, because they use it for their diabolical purposes, then it's captured. And so now this is a scary image for how long? Forever? Like forever? This image that is one of the most powerful images in the world is captured by these devils? That is not possible. Just that image at some point has to break out, because it's bigger than the Nazis and it's bigger than them. And the swastika is kind of like a little example of how things get this problem of like capture and infection. The idea that everything, how can I say this? Like the idea that something, if it's tainted, with the Nazis, is now verboten forever. And you saw that happening like all over. All of a sudden it's like, you can't say this, you can't.
Can we start deporting Nazis like Asmongold to Venezuela? Okay. Let me actually, you know what? Since all of you fuckers are addicted to Twitch, I will fucking meet you halfway and do this on Twitch. Okay? Everybody's fucking so addicted to Twitch, so I'll do this on Twitch right now. We're gonna run a poll. I've never even run a poll, but I'm gonna run a poll on this. Since I got at least like, what, 12 or 13 of you in here? Here we go. Here's the poll. There we go. No, you don't need... No additional votes. We'll give you... we'll do it for 5 minutes. We'll keep it up for 5 minutes. We'll see. Here we go. Alright, the poll's up. The poll is up, okay? You fucking Twitch fucking addicts. There you go. The poll is up. Let's see. You tell me. Do your worst. You have 5 minutes. Okay.
And do this, all these things you can't do. And if you remember, like all the 4chan trolls were playing jokes on this narrative. Like they were doing that in 2016, 2017. And they would, if you followed that, it was kind of funny. They started saying, just to provoke people, that the OK sign, like this sign that Trump was doing, he was always kind of doing this OK sign, that meant white supremacy. And then immediately when they said that, the left said, now you can't do the OK sign anymore because it's white supremacy. And then they started saying that drinking milk was like white supremacist. And so then the left started saying, you can't use milk anymore. Like drinking milk is racist.
You remember that? You remember that whole drinking milk is racist thing? And like the moment they said that drinking milk is racist, fucking every right-wing page on the planet was posting memes about milk. Every single one of them, man. I remember that shit. I do remember the milk is racist shit, dude.
you know, and it's like they were kind of playing with this problem, which is that, you know, this weird capture of the story that has become a kind of parody, and that's the issue. I remember watching a video when I was a teenager. It really struck me. There was a kind of more conservative writer in France that was writing had created like a conservative group, and he was using the image of a kind of dramatic image of a knight on a horse that had been developed in the Middle Ages, you know, and then their critics, what did they say? Well, they said, "Germanic knight on a horse, huh?" You know that some Nazi at some point in the World War II used that image, or used an image that looks like it. And so, are you a Nazi? You know, because you're using that image. And it's like the guy was like, "What? This is a medieval image." And it's like, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't use it. So that's not possible. You can't hold the world prisoner forever. And you can't hold European identity prisoner forever, and you can't hold the swastika prisoner forever. Like, it just, some point, has to be reintegrated. And the question is, how do we do it? What is the best way to do it? You know, I have some ideas about that. I don't know. It's a very, like I said, it is nonetheless a very dangerous time. And so I would say be very careful. Please don't take this in as a kind of, please, if you're watching this and you have a temptation for the anti-story in you, please understand that the anti-story is not the way to go. What we need is a proper kind of integration so that we can elevate this into a new, more powerful and more encompassing story. You know, and it's happened before. You know, it's like the generals and the wars in the past. Some of the things that happened. If you take Alexander the Great, you know, Alexander the Great is a horrible, horrible man. You know, he the way that he destroyed those that resisted him even a little, and just razed the city to the ground, and salted the earth, and just killed everybody, all the men, all the women, all the children. Like, he's a monster, you know. And we can still say that, but he has been reintegrated into the story in a way that recognizes, you know,
let's see,
the effect that he had on the world. Also seeing all the monstrosity that he.
All right, we got 4 votes. Two people said that Asmongold is actually right wing. That is crazy to me, dude. You people are trolling if you think that fucking, you know what? I can understand if you say kinda, because everybody's definition of right wing is different. But also, Asmongold has not been very like, you know, he's not out there, you know, supporting feminism and 97 pronouns and things like that. So maybe that could be right wing or whatever. But I could see a kinda. I can definitely see a no, but there's no fucking universe where Asmongold is actually right wing. There's no fucking universe, bro. This is like the conversation I had the other night with somebody. I forget who it was, but somebody was saying that Brett Weinstein was alt-right. And I was just like, bro, first of all, he used to be fucking as progressive as it gets. We're talking about a tenured professor from Portland of evolutionary biology who never had a fucking Republican bone in his body his entire life, goes through one scandal, becomes the meme of the guy that gets pushed over the line and then is asked, why are you hanging out with the Nazis? Right? That's Brett Weinstein now. And now he's just basically a fucking libertarian. He's not alt-right at all. I mean, it was fucking ridiculous. But Asmongold is not actually right-wing. Like, I feel like Kairos is in my chat right now. Kairos must be fucking lurking in my chat and fucking saying, you know what? Yeah. Kairos is the only person I would expect that answer from, unironically. You know? Crazy. Crazy. Can't believe people are like, he's actually right-wing. Right-wing just means not left-wing? Yeah, I guess so. But it doesn't even matter. If you ask, there are people out there that unironically think there are people on the left. I don't want to call them leftists. We had this conversation earlier. Maybe they're leftists. Maybe they're ANCOM. Maybe they're fucking Marxist-Leninists or tankies or whatever. I don't know. Let's just whatever the catch-all term is that we can use on the left. There are some people that are that far left that think that Bernie Sanders is right-wing and that AOC is right-wing. If Bernie Sanders is right-wing, there's no hope for anybody, bro. There's no hope at all for anybody if Bernie Sanders is fucking right-wing, dude.
he's done, and that in some ways, ultimately, that is what is going to have to happen to the World War II story. It doesn't mean that it has to happen fast. It can happen slowly. It can happen over decades. It can happen over generations. But this is the inevitable way in which it moves. Because if we try to hold on to the taboo forever, at some point that taboo, all the demons that it's held at the bottom, like all of this repression that it's done, and that repression is a repressed story, but it finds body in those that are repressed. It finds body in those that are marginalized and those that are held outside of the narrative. And so it's not just a story, it's embodied in people. So the angry, the resentful, those that see that they have no stake in the story are tempted, and you can understand why, to embody the counter story, to become Satanist for all intents and purposes for this particular story. And so we can't let the satanic moment win. And so we have to find a better solution. So that's my little thought on that. I hope it is useful. These are very difficult subjects to talk about, but I hope that I brought you a little further on this reflection. And so wishing everybody all the best, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye-bye.
Shooting me. Did you follow me? Where are you? Please tell me what is right wing to you. Well, not Bernie Sanders, that's for sure. Right wing is like, to me, is like Ted Cruz. Okay, that's where it starts. That's where it starts for me. Right wing is like Ted Cruz, fucking. Who'd be another good example? Sean Hannity, right? I consider those guys right wing for sure. And then anything further right than that is right wing as well, obviously. But if you're talking about where it starts, I'm thinking like Ted Cruz, Sean Hannity kind of stuff. That's where it starts. Bernie Sanders is very far removed from Ted Cruz and fucking Sean Hannity, dude. And there are people out there that will unironically say that Bernie Sanders and AOC are right wing. I don't even think that they mean that they're right wing. I think that they're just like projecting some subconscious validation seeking about how left wing they are by saying something like that. You know, maybe I'm being trolled when people say that, but I've heard enough people say that to think that I'm not being trolled. You know, Bernie's right wing because he doesn't want to abolish property. Easy, there you go. Yeah. That's a standard a lot of people have. The real red pill is to realize the bad guys won. Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyone that supports capitalism is right-wing? Well, I mean, that's crazy to me. I don't know. You know, if I walked up to Bernie Sanders right now and said, are you right-wing? He would say no. If I walked up to his supporters and asked them if Bernie Sanders was right-wing, they would say no. If I walked up to... Even if I asked Anoke, I think if I asked Anoke, is Bernie right wing? Anoke is a Bernie guy. That's a Bernie bro right there. If I asked him if Bernie's right wing, he'd be like, no. I think I probably could speak for him and say no. Now he'd probably say, but there's some nuance there because of fucking private property and all this stuff. I mean, does right wing just minimally mean that you have to own private property or at least support the idea of it? Asmon's an opportunist. He's farming retards like Conrad and shit. He's farming retards like Conrad and Shang like you are. He's just way more successful. Well, I mean, if I was any good at farming, I think I would have more people in my farm than Conrad and Shang, who are very intelligent and independent-minded. So I don't think there's a world that exists where I'm good at farming. But Asmongold is not right wing, you know. Asmongold is fucking pro-abortion, pro-gay marriage. I mean, he is not right wing. Does it specifically only need to be about fucking private property? Oh, here's one. Vosh. Actually, here you go. Everybody's favorite leftist, Vosh. Why the right loves Kanye's pro-Hitler anthem. Interesting. Also, I have another video from Asmongold about what I think he talks about. There's a new race war apparently, so that might be good. Now my vid, I cannot do another fucking somebody sits in front of a mic and talk and looks into a camera for another half an hour. I need to at least get at least a video or two of mine in, at least. That was a good video, Conrad. I will say that, though. I appreciate it. That was actually, it sparked some conversation. It wasn't as dry as I thought it was going to be. That's my biggest concern about these videos where it's like somebody with a mic and a camera, because fucking it tends to be dry sometimes, right? That one's actually pretty good, though. It sparked some conversation. I enjoyed that one. I have yours here. I have yours here. You see, it's right here. Machiavelli's Real Opinions. I have it here. But I need to watch at least a video or two of mine before I get into this, because I cannot fucking donate all of the streamer real estate to reacting to everybody's videos all the time. I gotta fucking mix it up a little bit here. So, like I said yesterday, I wasn't doing any requests yesterday because I wanted to watch the Andrew Wilson debate. Today I'm doing some, but I gotta mix it in. Okay, we gotta go from one to the other. Do one of somebody else's, one or two of mine. We'll go back to somebody else's. And you know me, I don't watch fucking 1 hour long videos usually. I usually watch like 10, 20-minute videos. Very cringe. What's very cringe? I used to watch Vosh before his lolly porn debacle. I mean, look, everybody agrees that Vosh is fucking cringe, that his lolly shit is fucking weird, that he's fucking, whatever. Everybody sees Vosh as that, okay? But it doesn't mean we can't watch his videos and collectively laugh at him, He's still putting content out there for us to react to. Nobody's sitting here being like, oh, you know what, Vosh, he's a really cool guy. He's got awesome opinions. Nobody fucking does that. But we do watch Vosh to have a good laugh. And when Vosh does a video on Joe Rogan and Kanye West, oh, I'm going to watch that. Vosh could be reading a fucking cookbook, and one of the recipes in the cookbook would be how to make chocolate chip cookies. And he would go through the recipe, and he would say, okay, eggs, flour, chocolate chips, okay, butter. You know what? This recipe sounds like a Nazi would make this recipe. That's how fucking... That is how he would be like, you know what? This sounds like the kind of chocolate chip cookies they had in Weimar. That's how fucking ridiculous he is. So you can only imagine how ridiculous a video about Joe Rogan and Kanye West from Vosh's perspective must be. So we're going to have a good laugh here, okay? We're going to have a good laugh. I like to watch a good Destiny and Vosh video from time to have a good laugh, all right? Nobody here thinks that Vosh is fucking not cringe unironically. Everybody knows that Vosh is this fucking lolly weirdo that says Nazi every 2 seconds. We all know that. But we're going to have a good laugh. I'm also going to use the restroom, but I will be listening on my headphones. So I'll be back in a second. But I'm going to start playing this now, and we'll get into it. So where is it? Where are you, Vosh? Where's the Vushinator at? Here we go.
Joe Rogan is just Nazi posting now? Yeah.
Not even 1 second into the video, we're already hearing Nazi. You know it's good. It's good. This is going to be a classic Voosh video. It's pretty chef's kiss. Amazing. Could be mildly entertaining. Of course. Why not? We're here for the laughs. All right, I'll be right back. In like 2 minutes.
Joe Rogan is just Nazi posting now? Yeah. A bunch of conservative figures are doing this because, like, obviously being a conservative for years now has meant at the very least flirting with Nazism. Like, it's impossible to be a conservative figure online and not be aware of the fact that a significant portion of your audience is Nazis. It's the same thing that happened with January 6th, where like initially there's disapproval, right? When Kanye started openly becoming a Nazi rather than him just being like a pro-white supremacist MAGA type, initially there was a bunch of disavowal, but obviously they were always going to like reintegrate him, right? I've seen it. It's the same thing. All the same people have been saying it. I saw a clip on Asmongold saying it. I saw I'm sure it's all of them. I can't even remember these people's names now. They all look the same to me. They're doing it as like a anti-cancel culture anthem, because it's like the logical conclusion of that argument being taken like all the way far down. Like it's the jokes that we've made for years but made manifest, right? Like a guy just openly saying Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, he loves Hitler or whatever. Like that's anti-cancel culture. It's bold and daring, you know? Because a lot of the people who are celebrating Kanye's song here are the same people accusing the left of being anti-Semitic for not supporting Israel. So it's yeah, you know how it be. You know how it be. Life is stranger than fiction. I mean, this is literally always what the Nazis have done, right? Believe something bad and indefensible, but because it's bad and indefensible, when you say you believe it, you're committing to a position so ludicrous that it gives itself plausible deniability. So all the other people who want to like cloud farm off of you, the people who want to like ride the wave of messaging, the people who want to benefit from the attention, the exposure, they can say like, oh, well, I don't support the unironic meaning of the song. I just support the fact that the mainstream media won't let it play on radio or something or whatever. What are you supposed to say, dude? It's an album where he talks about fucking his cousin, and it's called Cuck, right? That's the name. It's that one. It's not the other album. It's called Cuck. There aren't many jokes you can make about Nazis that they don't already make about themselves. Joe Rogan argued against tech platforms banning Kanye West's latest song praising Adolf Hitler, noting that the millions of downloads the kinda catchy tune has racked up on Twitter kinda supports the rapper's... Wait. Millions of downloads the tune has racked up on Twitter? I don't... Is there a feature to Twitter I'm unaware of? Kind of supports the rapper's anti-Semitic views that there's a concerted effort by Jewish people to remove him from everything. Gotcha. It's not even a good song? Yeah, but why would that matter to them? It's not like they're listening to it. Like, is that like none of this has anything to do with their enjoyment of anything. Nazis hate art. They don't care about art. They don't listen. They pretend they listen to Wagner and then they go back to listening to like, I don't know, Hololive Nightcore remixes or something. Like they don't care about anything, right? These are people who, like, on an ideological level want to die, and they want to punish you for the fact that they feel that way. You can't expect them to provide you with anything, really. Every time you get a glimpse into their lives, it's sickening and pathetic, right? And their attempts, when they do, to defend themselves usually backfire. So for the most part, they don't. And they usually just engage in self-debasement performatively to show that, you know, you can't hurt them. They already know they're pathetic. What are you supposed to do with this? All right, just put the clip in the recording.
If you throw a lot of shit out there, there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing that.
I think
Dave is doing that, very obviously. Dave's a comedian.
What is this?
But he's now mainly talking about Israel.
This isn't even about the... It's not a related clip. It's the ultimate pushing back, Rogan responded. There's a benefit to just letting people talk, Rogan continued. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it sucks. This is the benefit of Twitter, but this is also the bad part. It's like the song has so many millions of hits on Twitter. This is such an easy way of knowing whether or not a person is a propagandist. If you take views on Twitter seriously, you are knowingly lying. The way views are counted on Twitter includes every view of every quote tweet. So every tweet will have, like, if nothing else, the combined views of all of their quote tweets. So if you tweet, I don't know, the average Kanye West tweet, and it gets 1 million views, but then 10 million people view the quote tweets calling you a Nazi retard, it'll have 11 million views in total. And then people go like, oh my God, 11 million views on the Nazi tweet. It's, I can't believe people listen to Rogan, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like 50 billion people, I'm afraid. Spirit of America right here. I can just post stroking my shit to my 0-follower private account, still gets views. Yeah, no, literally, like the people do get views on their posts, even if they're fully private with no followers. Like I even tested that back when the feature was released. It's been banned from every platform. But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there and let people talk about it? Do you think there's a kind of like anachronistic incongruity here, right? To this like free marketplace of ideas argument that nobody buys anymore when the right controls everything and they are openly shutting down everyone? Like going after judges, trying to delist news platforms, threatening broadcasters like private and public, shutting people down during the White House press conferences and suggesting that they might not get the chance to talk anymore here if they keep talking like that. Like the idea that anything on the right stands for freedom of speech. Richard Spencer gave this game away years ago. He was on a podcast because he's one of those people who like thinks he's smart enough to get away with pretending he's different from the average like rabble on his side, which is why he grifted over to the left or just stopped pretending or whatever. Which is that like they don't actually care about free speech. They only care about free speech like as an argument that they can use to justify liberals letting their stuff on. But the thing that doesn't make any sense to me is like the liberals aren't in power anymore. You're not arguing against like an unsympathetic crowd, you know? If anything, the reason why Kanye West is largely blacklisted and banned isn't because he's a Nazi, because there are Nazis in government now. It's because he's so embarrassingly a Nazi, he gives the right a bad name. There are people who have more or less Kanye West's political views who go to the White House on the daily now. Stephen Miller probably agrees with a lot of the more sane things that Kanye West says. By sane, I mean coherent, not like politically effectual. It has nothing to do with him being a Nazi. It's just that he's embarrassing. Giving him a microphone, giving him a spotlight just makes the right look bad. Also, he's black. Nazis love black people when they're on their side. I mean, is he giving Trump a microphone, making the right look bad? No, I don't know if you noticed, but he won the last election. Genuinely, like ideologically, Kanye West's views aren't even that uncommon. Not his main ones, at least. Like some of the more out there ones. I don't think everyone's their cousin, but you know, it has nothing to do with him being a conservative. It's just a matter of him being embarrassing to the right. I'm sorry, wait, what is the conclusion to this article? As the Hollywood Reporter senior editor Steven Zeitchik observed recently, the world's biggest podcaster is slowly moving from conspiracy curious to a launder of anti-Semitic and anti-scientific ideas right before our eyes. Slowly? Little late on the alarm bells there. Pardon me for being smug. It's just like, Jesus. The conclusion is always Nazis. To cite a person who recently had to leave YouTube, I think, Innuendo Studios, the way the right is structured is so that every layer out from the center, from the core, is made to be the final layer. Every time a person gets red-pilled to the next level of conservatism, they think the entire point of the process was to be brought to where they are now. Everyone further down on the pipeline is a sucker, and the people above them don't exist. So people go from like Reaganite neocon to libertarian, and from libertarian to like, I don't know, civic nationalist, race curious, and then to white nationalist, and then to Nazi. And at every point, they're like, yeah, finally, I've reached the real point of conservatism. Everyone else is a rube. I get it now. I'm woke. I'm red pill. Well, they wouldn't say woke, but they're effectively saying they're woke. And Nazism is basically just the final core of the whole process. Kind of just, that's just the end point, really, or something approximating Nazism, at least. No, I heard Innuendo Studios GoFundMe did well. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to have seen that. Alt-right playbook, how to radicalize an army. I don't know the title. I haven't watched it in a while, but yeah, something to that effect. Anyway, like Joe Rogan was at some point in the last like 5 or 6 years bought. It probably is a post-COVID thing. A lot of conspiracy curious, anti-scientific content creators after COVID realized like, holy shit, this pandemic has either amplified or revealed millions of very mentally ill people who will believe anything that I tell them. Jimmy Dore is probably the most obvious example of a person who before pretended to have some kind of like wide range of principles and then shifted entirely over to COVID conspiracism. But Joe Rogan did much the same thing. And now that the COVID thing just isn't as much of a hot topic anymore, you have the same audience, right? You have an audience of largely stupid and impressionable people who are very susceptible to conspiracism and very susceptible to like right-thinking bias, right? Like reactionary thought. So where do you lead them? Where does right-leaning conspiracism lead? Every time it's the Jews. Every time. Every single time. Because conspiracism is really just following a path of least resistance to the least credulous answer, right? Conspiracism is it's a fault in the thinking process. It directs you towards explanations that take big complicated events and systems and boils them down to simple narratives with good people and bad people, evil and good, like that sort of thing, right? And it just as a consequence of like pure historical inertia, when you get down that road of conspiracism, it just consistently leads you in the same direction. Also, Candace Owens is doing that shit now. She's gone from doing Jewish blood libel to believing space isn't real. Absolutely incredible political transformation. Well, keep in mind, she doesn't believe it. She's lying. She's saving as much money as she can, and she's putting it in bank accounts. And when this is all over, she'll go to a country where she won't be arrested for what she's said and done. Joe Rogan, much the same way, right? They're all aware of the fact that they're lying. No, they're not being radicalized along with everyone else. Or if they are, they're doing both. They're being radicalized while also grifting. It's possible to do both. Rarely is a person stupid enough that it's genuinely difficult to tell if they know that they're grifting. But Joe Rogan's not that stupid. I think actually the myth that Joe Rogan is very stupid has really helped him. The idea that, oh, he's just a dumb, impressionable monkey man. No, he's not. He's a very successful businessman. He's literally the most successful podcaster there is, basically, like ever. He's not stupid. When he believes dumb stuff, it's because that plays into the biases of his audience. Like, it's not, like, he is impressionable, but it's not all an act. Yeah, it does. It gives him plausible deniability. Kanye is an example of a person who shifted to the right with no grifting whatsoever, or at least very little. He's genuinely extremely mentally ill. I've said it before, and I really do mean it. The only way to be a public advocate for conservative beliefs is to be mentally ill or to be a grifter. And Kanye's pretty ill. He's not doing great, What's Elon's excuse? Elon knowingly lies all the time. Remember that quote from one of his senior engineers? Like Elon tweeted some conservative bullshit that was very obviously untrue. And one of his engineers said only like the 10th percentile of people are going to find this believable. And Elon gritted his teeth and said, you, in response. Like that. He knows he's lying. He's just also very stupid. Anyway, we're warbling right now. Asperger's was made up and named after a Nazi, so I'm not sure how that's relevant. Isn't Asperger's like girl autism or something? Is that even a real thing anymore? Do people even say that anymore? Is Elon really stupid? Yes, I do believe that Elon is genuinely subnormal IQ. Like if you put him in school, he would do very poorly. Like basic schooling. I don't think so, but okay. Riveting conversation we just had. Thank you.
Doesn't Elon have a degree in physics? I'm pretty sure that's what he studied in college. I think he got a physics degree or something, didn't he? He doesn't have did he say subhuman IQ? Didn't Vosh get in trouble for the whole subhuman discourse? Did he say subhuman?
Like if you put him in school. Elon thing anymore? Do people even say that anymore? Is Elon really stupid? Yes, I do believe that Elon is genuinely subnormal IQ.
Subnormal, sorry. There's a lot of truth to what he says. Like what? Rogan's numbers ain't what they used to be. Time to desperately cling to relevancy by catering to the most pathetic losers. I haven't listened to Rogan in years. I will say, I listened to Rogan every day, back when I lived in New York. You're talking the anti-SJW days, which at that time, Rogan wasn't even political. Rogan would have on what was his name? Milo Yiannopoulos and things like that. But I got into Rogan by seeing his interviews with Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein. I got into Rogan because of the IDW basically. And I used to listen to Rogan every day, dude. Talking about 10 years ago. Anywhere between 2014 and 2017, I was probably listening to Rogan every day. But, I don't know, in the past, what would it be? 5? I don't know. Anywhere between 6 to 8 years, I have not listened to him at all. I would catch an episode if he did an important interview. But I wouldn't listen to him at all. It would be every few months, maybe. So, but I've heard his numbers have been dipping recently. But I think that's the case with everything. Everything after the election, everything took a hit. He's another opportunist playing the attention game. I don't think that's the case. I mean, you know, I think opportunist playing the attention game implies some kind of like narrative about him. I think he's just a monkey-brained guy that fucking has a podcast. Yeah. Yet another Bernie bro that got pushed over to the right, you know. Yet another one. Rack up another fucking right-winger for all the former Bernie bros that became the meme of the guy being pushed over and then asking why they're hanging out with the Nazis. Add Joe Rogan to that, you know. Bachelor in physics. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Elon studied physics. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not subnormal IQ, you know. Elon's got a BS in like science or some shit. Yeah. Nepo baby that didn't actually work. Well, I don't know about the whole, you know, I know the Nepo baby stuff is, the claims to that can be pretty, substantial, you know. But I don't know, you know, there's this whole discourse out there about like his dad owned the Emerald Mine or whatever. I don't know. I have no clue, you know, whether or not an Emerald Mine played any role in Elon's upbringing, but radical politics attracts a lot of scum people. Obviously, that doesn't mean everyone, right? Yeah, true. First of all, I am very upset that Vosh is cuck shaming people. Sounded like he was like, "Isn't Kanye a cuck? Like, isn't that the first song on his album or something like that? Something about being a cuck." Vosh, you're not allowed to cuck shame anybody, bud. Okay. You have like some kind of fucking open relationship, fucking throuple, polyamorous, fucking Seattle apartment kind of situation going on. Okay? I guarantee you there's a cuck chair in fucking Vosh's apartment somewhere. Guarantee you. You're not allowed to cuck shame anybody, Vosh. Irish laddie. The biggest cope Vosh says here is that left is being censored or unplatformed. Oh, man. Yeah. Bro, you guys had your day. All right? You had your time in the sun. Decades. And you still own most of all of the major media outlets. So it's like Seattle wept. Yeah, exactly. That was amazing. That was amazing. That was during COVID. That was amazing. Seattle wept.
Like if you
amazing. I always love a good Vosh video. Vosh video. What was it? There's a few more things. Couple quick vids. There was a Jovan Bradley that I wanted to check out. Rob made his mouth. Oh yeah, remember Rob Noor? Rob Noor is a part of the Crucible now. Interesting. Got rid of that one. That's another one. We're gonna get rid of this one as well. What's this guy's problem with the LGBTQ? Jovan Bradley, the most bad faith leftist on the planet, hands down. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Is there a more bad faith leftist than Jovan Bradley? I don't know. Would you say like Hassan or, you know, who, you know, regardless of your political affiliation, who to you is like the most bad faith leftist content creator out there? I would put this guy at like at least a top 5, if not top 3. This one's quick. It's like 20 minutes. So he does like a lot of TikTok debates, and his prompts here read, Trump is ruining America. Trans women are women. Bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia home. Excuse me. DEI is good. Systemic racism is real. Pro-choice. MAGA goes against Christ. These are his prompts, okay? And the person that is calling in, their name is Tax, age 25, and their pronouns are Zim with an X. Okay? So, obviously, that's got to be like fucking... Yo, Misery, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. All right, so we're gonna let's get into some Joven Bradley real quick. Little palate cleanser from the whole Vosh stuff. We gotta wash the Vosh off of us. Wash the Vosh. Wash the Vosh. All right.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Yes, I am.
All right, what's your name, age, and pronouns?
My name is Jordan, and I just go by he. I guess him too. Can you hear me okay? You're on my new Bluetooth, by the way.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Thank you for the $5 dono chat. Can I just get your age?
32.
You said 52?
No, 32.
32. Okay, Jordan, 32, he, him. Jordan, what topic did you want to debate about?
The other guy that you were talking to, I do agree with him that if you take from somebody, you know, and they're not willing to do it, if they wouldn't give it to you otherwise, I do think that is a form of taking. And now whether or not that's moral or not could be debatable, but anyway,
Sure. Let me ask you a question in regard to like taxes and stuff. Let's say we create a system in the United States where you can absolutely fully bow out of all taxes, but you have to also bow out of all public services those taxes pay for. Do you think people would realistically do this?
I mean, I would love to be able to keep my own Social Security money because I know how to invest.
How do you get to the store?
I know. Well, I knew you were going to bring up infrastructure. I mean, I don't remember what infrastructure is, what percentage of our spending is infrastructure, but it's very minute.
Yeah, but do taxes do like taxes go to paying for, like, when I pay taxes to my county, does that pay for the roads that I drive on?
Yeah, and I actually support I actually support the idea that you have to pay more on the local level. I think that as you get closer and closer to the local.
Name, age, pronoun, none of your business. I mean, look, you know, I think name and age is reasonable. My take on the asking. Excuse me, hold on one second. Oh, excuse me. But the whole asking of the pronouns thing, to me, like, I understand that, you know, from their perspective that it could come across as very considerate, especially because they're more likely to have involved friend circles, I guess, with people of various pronouns. But I don't buy this whole good faith narrative about being asked about my pronouns. I think it's some kind of verbal threshold, or it's like some kind of like security checkpoint, right? It's like you're in your car and you drive up to a military base or something like that, and there's a security checkpoint, and they're like, name, age, pronoun, and it's like you can't go further in unless you fucking answer that question. And if you say, oh, I don't do the pronoun thing, well, it's like, well, then we're not lifting the gate for you, buddy. You know, that I've always felt like it's a fucking security checkpoint, you know. Because here's the thing, if people normally call you he, him, then why not just say that those are your pronouns? But the reality is, most people that aren't LGBTQ don't go around saying that they have pronouns, right? It just is a part of their organic, natural life, and like it just happens. It's not something we carry with us. It's not part of our identity, you know. So for us to give our pronouns doesn't feel natural. If you become uncomfortable, they know you're not one of them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you're talking to a stranger, it's not a bad idea. Look, I mean, like, you know, I mean, first of all, you know, I'm fine with the he, she, they front. I'm fine with that, especially because I'm a streamer and I don't feel like hunting down everybody's fucking gender, right? You're all anonymous people on the internet in my chat. I don't know. I have no clue who you are in real life. So if I'm meeting somebody for the first time on the internet, I have no problem going with the they, them stuff. I really don't. In fact, it's easier for me because then I don't have to fucking remember a million things. But if somebody comes up to me with Faye Fair bug self or any Zir or any of that shit, I'm done. It's like I'm instantly done. I'm not doing any Xeno pronouns or Neo pronouns. I'm not doing any of that shit. But being asked about your pronouns it feels like a security checkpoint. You know, it's kind of like, are you on my side or not? Because if you are on my side, then you're going to answer this question a certain way. If you're not on my side, then you're going to answer it another way. So I just want to know what way I need to feel about your response, as opposed to actually just really caring about your pronoun. Like, I don't go around having pronouns. You know, I don't. I have a name. I carry that around with me, but I don't carry around my pronouns, you know. I'm not a pronoun. I'm an exclamation point. It's an artificial thing that some political bureau at an American university came up with. It's not natural. Yeah. I admit it's a formality that's unnecessary for a Twitch stream. Well, this guy, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's not needed, you know. Now, this is okay. So this is what I landed on. My pronouns, fuck you, mother. Go on Tumblr and look at the neo pronoun list. You will be fucking stunned how many fucking neo pronouns are out there. There's one. I chose one from this list because I was like, you know what? I gotta get one of these. These are fucking banging. There's one there that says root, ROOT, and then it says slash, and then it says beer, BEER, and then it says slash, and then it says root beer, and then slash, and then root beer self. And I was like, you know what? That's my fucking pronouns. Root beer self. That is my fucking pronouns. And I know that this Tumblr page is unironic. Everything that's on that page is people that actually fucking use those words to identify as themselves or whatever. Now, whatever. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I think it's fucking stupid. Here's where I would be fine, right? Here's the thing. When someone asks you, what are your pronouns? It's not a question. It's a demand. It's a demand. Tell me your pronouns. Tell me them. Tell me your pronouns. It's not a question. If you want to ask a question about pronouns, you have to ask somebody, is it okay if I ask for your pronouns? Because if I was talking to this guy right here and he said name, age, and I would say, okay, leg 8, 42, and then he said, is it okay if I ask for your pronouns? I'd be like, oh, well, I appreciate you asking me that. Yeah, I go by any, all, or he, him. I really, I could care less what you call me. Whatever works for you. And then I would be like, you know what? That's totally organic. It's totally fine. You were actually asking me a question. But when you say, what are your pronouns? That's not a question. That's a fucking demand. All right. Being kind of a soy dog. I don't care. It's not a question. It's fucking, if somebody asks you your pronouns, that's not a fucking question. That's a demand. Because now you're at the security checkpoint. All right. If you ask me if you can ask for my pronouns, that's a question. And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. I mean, I feel like I'm the one being considerate here about fucking pronouns. I don't feel like I'm soying out about this. This guy asked me, I would just say my pronouns are, yeah, there you go. There you go. Whatever. I just think it's a security checkpoint. It's not an actual thing. It's tell me your pronouns so I know what your political leanings are. I can know everything about you by how you respond to this demand. That's basically what it is. So you're a big boy, you could just refuse. Yeah, I could, but then he wouldn't engage with me. I called in. If it's me calling into this debate, I'm calling in because I want to engage. But if I just say, if he says, what are your pronouns? And I say, like, I don't have any. Or I don't feel comfortable answering that question, and he doesn't want to engage with me because of that, then it's like, okay, then whatever. Like, I could just refuse. If I'll tell you what, relax. You're right. If I refuse and he's okay with it, then great. Then don't engage. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not in the content game, are you? You're not in the content game, are you? People that want to engage. I'm not saying I would ever call into this guy's fucking stream. I'm just saying people that want to engage like this are trying to make content. Now, if I said I wasn't comfortable with the pronoun thing, and he was like, okay, no worries. Anyways, what do you want to talk about? Then I'd be like, you know what? Okay, cool. Then it's not a security checkpoint, and I'm wrong, and I admit it, and I apologize. But I just don't think I don't think that anybody really means, you know, what are your pronouns. I do think it's like mostly 95% of the time just it's more like tell me who you are politically. I'll know everything I need to know about you if you tell me if you engage with my question, you know. If you didn't say the pronouns, then he could tell you're not black. He would treat you very differently. Possibly. Well, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I'm not getting to the race thing, but yeah, whatever. If he was cool with me not saying the pronouns, if he was cool with it, then I'd be like, okay, great, let's go. You know, I'll take the L on that. You know, you can literally just say that. Yeah, but you've never been fucking somebody who's not a leftist engaging with a leftist, right? So if somebody's saying to you, hey, fucking, you know, what's your pronouns? And you say, I'm not, you know, there's definitely been times when that's happened to me, like in Discords, where somebody would be like, hey, you know, what's your pronouns? And I'd be like, I mean, that's not my thing. I don't do pronouns. And they'd just be like, it's so simple. I mean, what do people call you? You know, you sound like a he, him. Are you a he, him? It turns into this whole fucking thing. And I'm just like, look, I'm not here to talk about pronouns, you know? You could say he, him, and be a right-wing transphobe. Like it's not harassment. Yeah, but it also but here's the thing. It feels like I'm complying with a demand that's being presented as a question. What are your pronouns? That sounds like there's a question mark at the end of it. But I know that I am being told to comply with somebody's demand. And that's not the. I don't like veiled. I don't like being presented with a question that I know is a demand. That is definitely some kind of security checkpoint. I mean, legal. Relax. Don't get me wrong. I know you're right. Like you're not wrong. Okay, I'm agreeing with you in some way here, but you're right. They won't accept you. No. I just don't. I'm thinking that if this is how we're already starting, then we're probably off to a bad start. We're off to a bad start if you're going to come to me like I'm being asked a question when I know I'm not being asked a question. I'm being demanded to comply with something. That's all I'm saying. If that's how we're starting, I can only imagine how the rest of the conversation goes. But look, I'm also kind of agreeing with you here. Relax. So, you know, so you know, it's not that big a deal. Anyways, let's see what he's going to say here.
Local level, you know, you can decide with your feet whether or not you agree. We can't.
I think a conversation of fairness in taxes, like, hey, what are I support a marginal tax rate. Like, I think the conversation of like what people should be paying, where that money should be going to, I think that's totally fine. But the idea that you shouldn't be paying for these things that you use on the daily, I think is just nonsense, right? Like,
yeah, well, of course, I agree with that, but the amount of money, like I'm estimating here that my yearly taxes, I just started a business. I estimate my yearly taxes to be about $30,000. And that's ridiculous. I'm talking about every bit of money that the government's going to take from me. And I'm going to be paying like $10,000 in taxes just for fuel. But anyways, I mean, if you ask me, like, okay, am I getting $30,000 worth of value? Hell no, I'm not. I'm not even getting close to that. So I think, you know, to a certain extent, marginal tax rate and just taxes in general are way too damn high. They take way too much of my money. And we don't get nearly the value correct. And it's a form of taking. If I don't pay them, oh, man, they're going to go after my license, my business. They'll take everything from me. And they'll be happy to do it.
I mean, I agree. I dislike Trump's tax code. I think Trump's tax code is not working for the average American, especially for small business owners.
Well, for me, it was a benefit because going from 35% federal tax rate to where we are now, 21%, I believe. And he's even talking about lowering it even more.
You just said you were getting hit hard.
Yeah, Corel. I mean, like, that's kind of it, you know. Whatever. If there was a right-wing version of what I'm talking about right now, I guarantee you would not sound unreasonable telling me about that. If you told me, hey, these fucking right-wingers are out there asking me this fucking question that I fucking hate, and I know that they're trying to take a litmus test to be politically and not trying to actually get an answer of whatever that question is supposed to seem like it's asking me, I would be like, okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds fucked up. You know, whoever's doing that, that sucks. You know, people do that. Like, I don't think that I sound crazy here, you know.
with your taxes.
I am getting hit hard, but it'd be even worse. It was worse before Trump.
We've been under Trump's tax code since 2018.
Right, I know, and I'm referring to those tax cuts during the Tax Cut and Job Act. You know, that's what lowered the taxes for me considerably.
But you're saying that they're currently high now.
Yeah, it should be even lower. I mean, I think $30,000 a year from one person running one business, working for himself, that's ridiculous. And, you know, Kamala Harris and the Democrats, they want more. They always want more. And the Republicans, too. I'm not a fan of Republicans. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, but everyone in the government seems to want more.
Wait, all I'm saying is if your complaint, right, if your complaint is my taxes were too high.
Yeah.
Your taxes were high because you're under Donald Trump's tax plan.
Well, yeah, that's true. He should lower it even more, and he is talking about it. So
not for your business, friend.
For small businesses, I heard him talk about lowering it to 21% to like 15%. I mean, every percentage drop helps, obviously, and not just me. The millions and millions of small businesses that are out there.
Incorrect.
Really? I mean, how? I mean,
yeah.
You're looking at the federal.
Yeah, if you're looking at the thing, he's not providing provisions for small business tax cuts. I haven't read those in the current proposed GOP budget. I haven't read those anywhere.
Well, he wants to solidify them because those tax cuts that you referred to in 2018 are set to expire. And so if they do expire, if the Republican Party can't solidify them, it'll go back up to 35%. Trump has openly said he wants to prevent that from happening at all costs. So I appreciate that.
Wait again.
But anyways,
sure, go ahead.
I have a question about the transgender thing. So, yeah, I'm really on the fence when it comes to this topic, but a thought did occur to me. And just tell me what you think about this thought process. So, as a child, I was never allowed to grow up like thinking that Santa Claus was real. They didn't let me have that normal childhood experience. But I was thinking to myself, you know, children are really suggestible. If the child trusts you, you can get them to believe in anything. And in my hypothetical scenario in my head, this is what I'm thinking, because I'm open to the possibility that by us affirming them, we're actually hurting them. I'm open to that possibility, and here's why I think that. If you were able, in my hypothetical scenario, get a child to believe that when he turns 16 or 15, whatever the age is, that he's going to magically turn into what his most favorite thing in the world is, an Abrams tank. You know, and he can transform back and forth. If you got a child to truly believe that, and everyone was affirming that belief, and then I come along and say, no, that's not going to happen, in my scenario, I'd be causing that child a lot of pain. I'm not affirming what he really believes, what he really wants. But in my scenario, who's being more loving? The parents who are saying you can be whatever you want, you can be a boy, you can be a girl, are they the ones who are more loving, or is it, in my scenario, maybe the person who's trying to tell them the truth? Like, no,
it's the parents, 100%. Yeah.
But you see what I mean, though? Like, if a child truly believed that he can turn into his favorite thing in the world, an Abrams tank, in my scenario, I'd be causing a lot of pain if I tried convincing him otherwise. And so, I mean, in my mind, it's sort of similar because in my mind, men cannot become women and women cannot become men. I would affirm someone if they really believed that and I was going to hurt them by not doing it. If I said, hey, I don't believe this, I treated them like the gender they didn't want to be treated, I might be causing that person a lot of pain. I don't want to do that. But you see so.
Yeah, every time you tell a trans person, like a trans woman, for example, that she's not a woman, she's a man, that would be hurting them, yes.
Right. But I'm just open to the possibility that maybe you hurt them either way. Either way, you're hurting them. So I don't know.
No, but it actually does not hurt them to affirm their gender identity now.
Well, if in my hypothetical scenario, if that child existed and they thought they were going to turn into an Abrams tank when they hit puberty, I would be hurting them by saying,
A tank is an inanimate object. A gender identity is not an inanimate object.
The point is you can't change, in my opinion, an immutable characteristic. And whether or not you're a boy or a girl is immutable.
Gender is not an immutable characteristic. Gender has nothing to do with DNA.
sex. Let's go with sex. I know that, to me, that word is a little bit of it's synonymous, but sex and gender.
Sure, but like scientifically and like biologically and sociologically, they are not synonymous.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, I just wanted to get your opinion on, because like I said, this just occurred to me a few months ago, and I've just been letting it pop in my head every once in a while. Hey, are these people being hurt by us affirming them or telling them what I believe to be the truth is? It might be the case we're hurting them either way. I don't know.
We aren't.
That's my opinion, that it's possible.
Sure, we're not.
I know you don't think that. I know you don't think that, but in my mind, I'm not convinced that that's just the case. Oh, by affirming them, we are doing nothing what's beneficial. I'm not really sure if that's the case. Just because their suicide rates are god-awfully high, and it stays high whether they get affirmation or not.
It does not actually. It drops significantly. Actually, I think it's like it's a 70% drop in suicidality when gender-affirming healthcare is provided. It's just that the suicide rate is still higher than the general population, and that's because
by a lot, sadly.
Not by a lot after affirmation, but it's high because of family and societal stigmatization.
Yeah, see, I guess maybe I'm getting data from different sources because that's not what what people I've listened to have told me. I've been told that their suicide rate. I don't have the data in front of me, but I remember listening to podcast after podcast of this whole transgender issue, just trying to catch myself up on it. And I've had them tell me that the suicide rates remain the same, whether they're being affirmed or not. So I don't know who's wrong in this scenario, them or you, but someone's got to be wrong.
It's them.
Okay.
I promise you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, we all have our biases. It might be them. Yeah. So. But anyway, dude, that's the only thing I really wanted to pick your brain on is just, in my mind, with that hypothetical that I mentioned to you earlier, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, and it does have a little bit of a parallel. In my mind, it's immutable. Your sex cannot change. If you cut your body up,
your genotypic sex is immutable, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your genotypic sex, but like your phenotypic sex and your gender are both modifiable traits. Well, I might actually disagree that your gender is modifiable. It seems to be that your gender identity is pretty consistent throughout life, but your phenotypic sex is 100% modifiable.
And that's a really new phenomenon, gender expression and all that stuff. It used to be the same. Sex and gender were synonymous. Now we're moving into where it's like, no, there's a difference. Sex is what you biologically is, and gender is more.
Even when looking at the etymology of the word sex and gender, they were never the same. They were always. It's just that people conflated sex and gender together, but that conflation was incorrect.
Well, I mean, that means that most of the country would have been incorrect if that's the case, because I think that was done to well, I mean, that's a little bit. I wouldn't use the word arrogant to say, oh, we were wrong. All of us were collectively wrong back in the day, but now we know. Now we know that there's a difference. I think that might be a little bit too presumptuous, but yeah, I mean, I have a sister who has my nephew, and she told me, like, I took him to a drag queen story hour. I wanted him to be able to explore his sexual identity and for him to discover whether or not he's a boy or a girl. And I love my sister and I love my nephew, but I vehemently disagreed with that. He knew he was a boy. Like,
why would taking him to drag queen story hour make him think he was a girl?
Oh, here we go.
The whole point of being a drag queen is you're a man.
Right. She wanted him to know that he can explore all these different things and all that, and I just wholeheartedly disagree with her. And I didn't even really talk to her about it too much. But I guess one of my point is that I know a lot of parents are doing this to their children, and I don't know. It's
but doing what? What is him going to a drag queen story hour do?
It wasn't just that. She wanted him to explore his sexual identity, but before he even hit puberty. And I think that alone is horrible. And
How old was he?
Drag queen story hour. He was about 8. 8 o'clock.
Wait, you're telling me at 8 years old, she verbalized to you that the reason she was taking him here was to explore his sexuality?
That was just part of it. It was for him to know that there are things that are considered atypical, which is perfectly fine and acceptable. You know, it's atypical for a person to be transgender in this society, although it's becoming more and more common. It's still very atypical. I think her ultimate goal was to just let her know that you can be whatever you want to be, as atypical as you want to be, and we're going to love and accept you. I think that was her ultimate goal. But
okay, but wait, that doesn't sound like she's trying to have him explore his sexuality. It sounds like she's just trying to teach him tolerance, which is like a good.
Yeah. You could say that, but I think drag queen story are for children who are not confused and they think they know what a boy is, they think they know what a girl is, and you start introducing these concepts at really early age. I think it can be very confusing and damaging. I do. I think children need to have a foundation.
Damaging? What is damaging about it?
I don't know, dude. Do you think it's healthy for young children to go to drag queen story hours where men are masked who get sexually gratified? I mean, it's called autogonophilia. They get sexually.
Drag queens don't have autogonophilia.
Drag queens, though? That's like
they don't.
The definition of auto.
No, it's not.
Autogonophilia, to my mind, basically means a man who gets pleasure from being
drag
perceived
queens
as a woman.
don't receive sexual pleasure from doing drag.
Pleasure. I said pleasure. But
autogonophilia is specifically talking about. Wait, if this were what? Autogonophilia is specifically talking about sexual gratification from cross-dressing, basically. Drag you might get pleasure because you like to do this thing, but does that mean that when Martin Lawrence did Big Mama's House 2, he was an autogynephiliac because he enjoys acting but was dressed as a woman? No, that's not what that is.
Not necessarily. I mean,
no, that's part of his shtick.
Will act gay is the.
That's part of his shtick. Relax. His whole. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy's videos, but he's always like this. They don't. I think you're probably talking about whether drag queens have autogonophilia. I don't know. So, maybe some do, some don't. I don't know. I don't know what the vibe is on that one. Transpanic fading though, I don't think so. I don't think that's fading at all. I think it's only just begun. I mean, that sounds like I'm assuming I agree with you in terms of it being a panic. I mean, do you think, relax, do you think it's unreasonable that parents are worried about what is being taught in schools? Do you think that's unreasonable?
If the incentives are right. So it doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. I mean, it could be. I don't know the man, but so.
Drag is just a costume. It's a costume. Now, some drag queens do come out later, and it's like, oh, hey, I realized that this is my actual gender identity. That's fine. But drag is just a costume.
Yeah.
It's just a costume. It's just hyperly feminine costumes. And to have someone in a hyper feminine costume read to your kid is nothing. It's just them reading to kids.
Like I said, I just think it can be a little bit confusing for kids, and that confusion can be damaging when they're still trying to learn the world at such an early stage.
But what's confusing about it?
It depends.
Well, that was
exactly.
First time
on what
man
though?
Behaving in that way. They're like, hey, wait a minute, this is
what would you consider, reasonable for parents to be concerned about?
typical. Men don't normally act like that.
But that's why you teach. That's why you teach. Wait, are we saying that we shouldn't be teaching kids? Kids are going to see things all the time that they don't understand. Right? Actually, the other day, I was trying to explain to a child. Do you know what's more confusing than drag? Than saying, hey, kids, sometimes people who are men will dress up as women or vice versa. You know what's more confusing? Trying to explain to a child the concept of yesterday. They don't fucking understand what that means. They don't yesterday. They don't know this shit.
No, yeah, I know. It's just when you're a young child and you're starting to, I don't know what it's called. You're developing a baseline of what reality is to you. And I think that baseline has value. And I don't think it should be disrupted too frequently at such an early age. I mean, it would be almost like it'd be almost like having a child.
If the child's not, if the wait, do you think you can turn a straight child gay?
That's a good question. I don't think it's purely genetic, and I don't think it's purely environment. I think it's both. I think they've done twin studies and all these other things, and they've never discovered the gay gene. That doesn't exist, even though we've mapped our entire genome.
They've also
So
never discovered any environmental reason that somebody is gay.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty strange how Hollywood people, you can look at all the Hollywood people adopting children, and the numbers of them that turn out to be gay or queer or whatever, it's astronomically high. And I'm like, that's probably not. What? You haven't heard that theory?
The reason why you probably notice more people in the spotlight are gay is because they're specifically in the spotlight. So like you would notice children of Hollywood actors because they're more in the spotlight. This is just a confirmation bias.
There's this one Hollywood actress. She has 3 children, I think, and all of them are transgender. And the odds of that happening purely on a genetic incident is astronomically high. It'd be like winning the lottery multiple times in a row.
I mean, I would be curious about anybody wrestling with this one. That's a common talking point that he's talking about. This idea that, you know, it's already incredibly rare that someone either experiences gender dysphoria or inevitably transitions. It's so rare that even happens, that when you see someone who has, you know, 2 transgender children and 1 binary child or whatever, or, you know, like 2 or 3 kids that are going through this, it makes you wonder, like, whether or not this is nature versus nurture, right? The idea that one family can overcome those odds multiple times, and like one person can produce 3 trans kids, is this idea of whether or not, you know, is it happening in the home, or is it happening because of, you know, something, you know, neurobiological or neurochemically. What specific thing do they object to? Some stuff is total nonsense they saw on social media. Some stuff may be valid depending on what it is. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. But the specific thing he's talking about right now is this idea that somebody, you know, that somebody could have, you know, have 2 or 3 kids, and all of them happen to have gender dysphoria, or become, or all of them transition, or all of them become non-binary, or some of them transition, some of them are non-binary. Right? Like the odds of that happening is so high. Excuse me, it's so rare that something like that could happen. It's already rare enough that it could happen once, let alone 3 times in one family. So then it becomes, well, do we really have a solid grasp of what these numbers are, or is something happening in the home that's making this happen? You know.
So to be that, whatever you want to consider it, lucky or unlucky, I'm not going to use that term to define it, but she's got all of her children are trans, all of them, and you're telling me that there's no environmental cause? I don't think that's true.
Yeah, you haven't provided any evidence to the contrary.
Well, I mean, I didn't come here prepared to, like, with all the documents and all the facts. I wish I had, but I didn't. I can only give you what my intuition, what I've heard before, and give you, like, you know, like I said, I don't know what the numbers are, dude, but if I did a Google Grok AI search or whatever, and I try to figure out what percentage of Hollywood parents have queer and, you know, non-traditional gender-oriented children, I'm sure that number would be astronomically high. And I think there's a reason for that. And it's not genetics. But, you know, I mean, I think twin studies. Oh, did I lose you?
No, well, yeah, because you're not making any sense, but no.
Well, I mean, we got just different opinions, dude. Hey, but before I let you go, though, just so we can find some sort of commonality, nothing's coming to mind. I'll maybe talk about video games or something with you a little bit. I always try to find some sort of commonality with people I disagree with, and I vehemently disagree with pretty much everything you said on this podcast. But whatever. I can't. All right, man. Well, you have a good rest of your day. I can't think of anything else to talk about. So.
Okay.
Unless you got questions for me.
Nope.
All right, man. Well, you have a good rest of your day, and I'll keep listening to you every once in a while. It's interesting to listen to people who have completely different views on everything I believe in. It's really, really.
Okay.
Sometimes it can be a little frustrating to listen to, but I think it's a good thing to step out of your comfort zone. All right, man.
Sure.
Take care. Bye.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. It's the same as homeschooling. Let the parents and the child and their doctor make the decision. Right. Yeah, I know. But let me just present a scenario to you. Let's say you meet somebody and they say, "Come on over for a barbecue. We're grilling up, butternut squash and tofu and whatever it is you left us eat." Right. You're having a good old vegan cookout, and this person introduces you to their family. And they say, here's my partner, Stardust, or whatever the fuck name they got going on, right? And then, and here's our 3 children. And 2 of the children are non-binary, and one of them is in the middle of transitioning. Would you just be like, wow, look at this completely normal situation where this person has children in some kind of alternative lifestyle situation. I mean, the idea that all the kids are either trans or non-binary. Are you saying like you would just walk in there and be like, yeah, that's totally normal? They just like, forget the odds. It's just great that that everybody here is like trans and non-binary. Or would you think to yourself, like, so not one of you turned out cis or heteronormative? Not one of you? Let me see.
So, yes, it is a day that ends in Y.
Elon unbanned a white supremacist. This was a Hassan video. Okay. No, there's a new race war just started. You know what? We haven't heard from Hassan tonight. I want to hear what Asmongold's got to say about this. To be frank, yes, I would respect their family. Look, I'm not saying that you don't have. I'm not saying you have to disrespect them. I'm not saying that you have to tell the person that invited you over to the barbecue. It's really weird that your family is all trans and non-binary. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just saying, would you think to yourself, the numbers on being trans or non-binary is already like really, really rare to begin with, and this person has 3 trans and non-binary children? You wouldn't be like, man, like the numbers wouldn't kind of like smack you in the face a little bit and be like, okay, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. If you had one trans non-binary kid or whatever, and like 2 cis heteronormative kids, then it'd be like, oh, okay, those numbers kind of line up. But when the numbers don't line up, do you say, okay, maybe there's something going on here? It's not typical, but it's not my business and not yours. Well, brilliant. Yeah. It always comes down to that. It really just always comes down to when you bring up topics that are this divisive, right? And and you're purely just looking at something from a numbers perspective, it's always like, well, it's not your business. It always happens, man, without fail. This hypothetical, sure, that's very unusual, but like, what do you want me to do here? Nothing. I just want to know what you would think about it. That's I'm not saying like, would you call the cops? I'm not saying it. I just want to know what you would think. Would you think that's weird? Would you think to yourself, okay, well, I'm looking at the guy grilling the tofu on the grill over there, and he seems pretty normal. The wife is the partner. Let's say the partner that you just met is a fucking, a gender studies professor. Guy on the grill is just grilling some fucking tofu, and the wife over there is a fucking gender studies professor, and the 3 kids all turned out non-binary and trans. Would you just be like, wow, that is just a coincidence? Or would you think to yourself, okay, it would, I guess it would be less weird if the guy over there on the grill was a mechanic and the wife was an accountant and they all turned out that way. But the fact that we have one of the parents as a gender studies professor, would you think to yourself at all that there could have been some influence there? Or do you think that there's even do you even think that's even maybe you don't even think that's a possibility? If you don't think that's a possibility, that's fine. I just want to know if you think that whether or not the parents can have an influence like that on their children. Hypotheticals, hysterical. You're imagining something that isn't happening. There are people out there that have multiple fucking trans and non-binary kids. I don't know. It's not hysterical, or excuse me, it's not happening. Are you telling me that there aren't any families out there that don't have 2 or 3 trans or non-binary kids? It's not making me uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable at all. It's a hypothetical. Casey flashed me with naked legs of his character. Is Casey on right now? I just thought, I mean, relax. I mean, I'm glad you're here, and it's been fun talking to you. I just don't think you're comfortable telling me the truth. You don't have to be like, oh, I would hate that or whatever. I'm just asking you, do you think it's possible for parents to have any kind of influence in this kind of situation? That's all I'm asking you. Oh, Casey's on right now. Software and gaming. Casey poll. It might be Casey poll time. It might be Casey poll time. Okay, I see. Yeah. Relax. Look, I'm not trying to fucking, smack you in the face with a bunch of libs of TikTok shit. This is just like just purely thought experiment kind of stuff. I'm just saying, like, if I had to be honest, I would think that there might be something going on here. I'm not saying that the parents are turning them trans or non-binary. I'm just saying that, the parents could be creating an environment that is incredibly conducive to this. I mean, for example, like, there are parents out there that don't reveal the gender of their child to anybody else and let them decide how to live, right? How to grow up. So they grow up kind of genderless. They grow up as they, thems, and then by the time they're 10 or 12, they become really more vocal about it. But I mean, if this kind of stuff wasn't happening in the 1950s. If people became trans or non-binary, it probably happened like way later. It didn't happen like when they were young. So I'm just saying. So all I'm saying here is, like, from a thought experiment perspective, is it possible for the nature versus nurture argument to have this kind of impact, like, growing, raising children and that having an influence in the direction that they go? It certainly can with anything else, right? If you grow up in a household where you watch sports all the time, your kid, you might encourage your kids to play sports. You might sign them up for the hockey team or whatever. or you can sign your kids up for Boy Scouts, whatever. I mean, like, you can encourage your kids to do a million things. All I'm saying is, if you can do that with everything else, can you do this with this as well? Or is it even possible? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just a hateful bigot. Maybe I'm just the worst person that ever walked the planet. They don't like the things that I say on Twitter. There's studies on this that specifically mothers with certain mental illnesses tend to have trans kids even when the kids are adopted. Oh, what's that study? What's that study? Holy shit. That sounds like a study right there. Oh, he turned off the techno. It might be Casey time. Casey poll.
Thing about the memory, the GPU memory, it's possible that that there's a game that has insanely high.
He's doing his code stuff. Well, what are we at here? They don't like the things that I say on Twitter. Boom, boom, boom. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Casey. It's been like 5 hours of streaming. All right, so I'll be back on later. I gotta watch some hockey in the afternoon, but after that, I'll be back on. Thank you, Relax. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, Shang. Thank you, Crail. Thank you, Malibu. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll jump in. In the Discord with Casey for a little bit. Parents do wacky shit. In this hypothetical, maybe all three are trans, maybe one is trans, and the rest are raised in a very gender neutral way. It's important that parents have autonomy in this way. Hey, I don't disagree with you. I think that is accurate. All right, cool. I'm gonna send you guys over to Casey. Yeah, I'll see you later. I gotta watch some hockey in the afternoon, and then I'll probably be back sometime tomorrow night or today night, whatever it is. But I appreciate it. And go bother Casey. I'll see you later. Peace.
The 3080, I'm on a 30. This